Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, favorite gamerverse. Wednesdays. I hope you're doing well. Probably not doing great. Then again, you're in, so by default, your life probably sucks. But anyway, welcome in, everybody. My gamerverse. I hope you're having a good day, regardless. Welcome in, welcome, welcome, welcome. I know I'm having a pretty good day today myself. I was on side school earlier, and that was a ton of fun. Check out the VOD when um um here. So that would be hella cool. But after stream, after stream, because obviously now that you're here, you're supposed to watch me. But then after that, also go watch me. Of course, so I never leave your side. uh, and then, and then you could maybe be free for a day, but then you have to come back for various reasons. Uh, why did you give us no warning about the side scrollers? Well, I wanted to confirm that I was still on. I didn't know they reach out like the day before to confirm. And so like this was actually it, and I was just like, well, just in case, you know, something happens. I get paranoid, and so therefore, and I really, when other people are involved, I get worried that like, okay, well, life sucks. For you know, things happen. If something's been planned for a long time, I always want to like double check a few days before. Feel like, you know, is it still on there? And then like, and I hate being like, yeah, this public announcement, this doing something with somebody else is also a public figure. Oh, you know, scheduling issues before the case happens. Okay, well then it looks bad, right? Like doesn't look, I don't know, I just get paranoid. Like I don't know if it looks like bad on me, the person, whatever the case is, but I feel like one of us is like a fool, and I just don't want to do that. So I just don't want to do that. Yeah, so that's fine. That's fine. No reason. What a shock. Wait, my mic's cutting out here. I did turn up my mic a little bit. Um, because I've like I've been quiet recently. Past forever, so slightly open in case my dog wants to leave. Usually does. Dog hates. Um, and that's it. I think those are like the only different. I can turn myself down again. Um, or is that like I don't know. Or is it better now? Cause like I'm not like, yeah, your mic's a little bored. What? What do you mean bored? Okay, I turn it down back to where I normally have it. Hopefully this is better. Oh, I don't know. Professional stream is still cutting. Why is it still cutting? Like on OBS, it actually says I'm quite quiet now. I don't I a professional streamer, I guess. I don't fucking la 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 la. It sounds better after you turned it. Okay. I don't know if I need to be quieter or louder or you know, ideally somewhere in between. I am like the perfect volume, and I don't know why. So, if that's better, then great. If not, my apologies. Um, I thought it was an Epstein thing. What, my mic cutting now is Epstein's fault? Understandable. Understandable. That man's entangled with literally everything under the sun. He probably got into his ghosts, got into my wires. Said you said that I killed myself, but I didn't actually kill myself, and you know it. And therefore, I will ruin your stream. Oh, we just lose bits of what you're saying. Oh. Pago has left the station. Give me a second to... The poor puppy wants to sleep. I start yapping, and he's like, now I can't fucking sleep with this bitch. And I'm like, I'm sorry. Sorry. You're adorable. Sorry. Okay. So, noise gate stuff. I can check that. I have not touched this. Like, almost. I kid you not. I have not touched my settings. Like 9 months. So I don't know why over the past it's now been kind of wonky. I don't understand why I'm like this. Oh shit, thank you, Todd. I'm gonna fucking butcher your name. Thank you, Todd, for the 5 gifts. Thank you. Thank you. Hell yeah. This one is what, some more people don't know what I'm doing. Hell yeah. Still cut. So like, do I like lower the close threshold? Or do I like raise the open threshold for the noise gate? Or is it a gain issue? How does this work? I don't know what There's so many no audio, because like I said, I haven't touched this in like 9 months. And I actually did this. I had one of the mods put in and they handled it. Because I tried so many times on my own because I'm a strong independent woman. And I'm not a very good strong independent woman. Okay, I'm scared to touch the I feel like I'm gonna this one. But I think I'll lower the crash. Right? I had it at 37. 37. So I'm gonna lower it 41. I don't know if that's better or worse. Touching them all. I can't get any. Probably. I fucking hope so. It doesn't get any. Catch it like Epstein. Goddamn. Yes, stop moving audio. Yes, exactly. I saw you on side school. Well, welcome in. Welcome. Having tech issues because I'm a professional streamer. I know the most exciting part of stream is recorded in a doesn't really quiet for me. Okay, well I'm gonna like leave it there. I don't know if nobody said that I'm still cutting out still yet. So hopefully just opening the gate ever so slightly is a benefit. Just like spreading my legs. Let the open threshold lower them all? Okay. That one was 7. Okay, or 37. What did I said? Yeah, 30. Open the lower. I'll move it down. Well, let's also do 31. There we go. I don't know. Okay. 40. So it was 37 and 26. Now it's 41 and 31. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what it sounds like. I guess I could pull myself up, but I hate listening to myself. I hate my own voice. I know everybody says that I have like a nice voice, and I'm like, are you sure about that? I mean, thank you. But thank you so. But I no. Thank God that YouTube is about 15 seconds behind. I feel like I sound normal. Then again, I just fixed it. So therefore, it's probably fixed then. I don't know, man. Oh. Okay, now I can hear myself talking again. I did the whole pause there so I didn't have to like double hear myself. Um, and okay, and now that's illegal. Okay, okay. Bro, now turn up your gain a bit. Ah! Is the scream worth the gain? Okay, turning up the gain. Okay, have it at negative 1.1, and so I'll raise it to like I don't know 2. 2 sounds good. I don't know, man. Um, after that, you're fine. Okay. Okay. But hopefully going up 3 decibels is enough. Because he said a bit, which means a little bit. And a little bit only means like 1 or 2 points. So, yeah. We fixed it, hopefully, possibly. And now I can catch up with Super Chats. Because I've been a bad streamer and I've been ignoring you. Guys, hopefully you can hear me now when I thank you. Is your actual black man voice going to come through like in that clip? Shit! Oh, wait, hold on. Shit, man, why do you have to call me out like that? Like, I'm just trying to be a cute anime woman and gesture max and looks max and get them ditty bloods out. Like, I can't believe that you would call me out like that. Man, that's racist. Oh, shit. Oh, I don't know. I don't know how the blacks sound because I try to avoid them like the plague. They kind of are the plague. So all I know is whatever little bits on the internet that I see before, and that's more than enough that I need. Thank you, Sexion, for the 500 warp tokens. Thank you. Thank you. La Creatura, yes. La Creatura has arrived. The Amalgamyte. Wow. Feared me. Jamalgamite confirmed. Unfortunately, yes. I may or may not have something in the works for Jamalgamite. You'll never know. Let me here. We're like I said, I missed a few. My apologies. So before stream even started, during the side scrollers, actually, most you can have. Thank you for the 10 warp tokens. I appreciate it. Also, you guys were giving me head pats during side scrollers, and I was like, how do I turn this off? And then I realized halfway through how to turn it off, and I decided not to turn it off. So they thank you guys for the support on side scrollers. That was lots of fun. It kind of confused Craig. Um, and then thank you Eldritch Saga for becoming coming to Agartha over on YouTube. Becoming a member. There. He has joined Agartha. So he's get buyer's remorse. I'm so happy. That's where the true Aryans are at. After all. So thank you, Eldritch Saga, for that. Thank you. Also, where was it at? Aha! Thank you, Gag Norhawk, for becoming a Diddy Blood off stream yesterday. Absolute Chad. Doing it off stream like that. Thank you, my dude. Thank you. And then, Anime Acumen's also Diddy Blood. Thank you. And then once again, thank you, Tahir, for the 5 get the memberships. Thank you. Guys are very generous. Very nice. That's gay. Don't be gay. Oh, did I miss? Oh, Tahir Moon also became a Diddy Blood too. Shit. Shit. I'm sorry, Tahir Moon, for missing that. Poor Craigathy. Yeah, they got rid of like today's the last day for their strike that they've had, and listen, I like this guy's goes a lot. I like Craig and Blebs, but to have both Arch and I on the same podcast the last day that you're trying to remove your strike probably wasn't the best combination. The whole entire time I was sitting there, like fearing for my life, being like, oh my god, like, am I gonna say something that's like that I wanna be funny, right? I know women aren't funny, but I wanna try to be funny. And we're talking about trannies and blacks because of the relooted game coming out, and I'm just like, oh my god, this strike is not due to go away at the rate we're going. And sometimes they were worse than I was, and I'm like, okay, so where's the line? Where's the line? Fucking hell. Oh, but it was lots of fun. So I was really, really happy to be on there, and it was nice being at the bully Arch, because, well, bullying Arch is my favorite pastime. If you don't bully Swedes, then what are you doing with your life? They were playing Close to the Sun today for sure, and so I goes, yeah. Which, I mean, I do too, but it's my channel, not somebody else's. And as soon as I'm on somebody else's, I'm like, okay, what's the rules? Like, even before we got started, I asked them, okay, what's the rules on singing tranny? Because, like, I know some that's, like, hit or miss depending on, like, what channel that you're on. And they were like, yeah, it's totally fine. And I was like, cool. Then Arch was like, yeah, YouTube doesn't like it when you say tranny. So then they're like, oh, fuck. That's why we had our whole, transmission segment. You didn't bring up the tiny hats. It's fine. That's true. That's like one thing that I'm not going to breach unless the host talks about it first. And then I'll be like, yes, so have you heard about the tiny hats with the big noses? uh, but until the host does that, I will be a good little goy and I won't bring it up. But I try to be in good behavior for other people. I do my best. My best isn't that great, but hey, at least I'm trying. Thank you, Griffin Gaming, for the $28 reduce. Thank you. Well, I guess I did bring up Epstein. I don't know if that was okay or not. I hope that was fine. Oh, there's an email in the Epstein files depicting Epstein and someone else mocking a victim for believing in God and saying Jesus feels safe. They dressed her up as Christ and raped and murdered her. Disgusting. Yeah, speaking of the tiny fucking hats. Yeah, they're amazing people. I love them. So much. I heard about that email and read it. I've been kind of keeping an eye on it more for curiosity's sake, but I'm like, okay, well, fuck. I'm sorry, chat. That came out of nowhere. I'm gonna blow my nose real quick, and then I'll finish my thoughts about Epstein, my favorite man, my hero. I should probably put on a nose condom before I forget. At the rate I'm going, I'm gonna get myself an African nose. Kind of concerned. Is that possible? Is like if you use enough of these nasal strips, does it actually expand your nose over time? And will I make myself into being an African? I mean, maybe I can actually, you know, be one with my people then if I do it. Maybe my black accent can actually get more perfected. I'm gonna expand my nose width. Already pretty thin, so you know, I'm sure a little bit of widening is fine. Actually, you know what? Because I am actually mildly paranoid that I actually am a tiny hat because of my schnoz. And so like if I do widen it a little bit, maybe that's how like instead of getting plastic surgery, I'll just use nasal strips instead. And to hide the fact that I'm secretly a tiny hat myself. Um, you can get EBT then. True. God, I can get a lot of fucking things if I was black. Like STDs. Even if half of what I've seen in the files is true, yep, I'm not finishing that sentence. I am not suicidal. But I was talking about Epstein, wasn't I, before I fucking had a conniption fit. So yeah, I saw the other day on Twitter about how like psychology of the Epstein files release, and it basically makes the like overly empathetic people go crazy because they look at it in absolute terror and then, like and lose their minds because of all the horrific things that are done. Versus the rest of the people will just become apathetic and make jokes about it. And I'm in the latter camp because yeah, I have become desensitized to it. Apparently, it's about like this whole like demoralization campaign that's been happening with the Epstein files, and I guess I've fallen hook, line, and sinker for it. Because yeah, at this point, like nothing surprises me. I'm like, okay, like every conspiracy theory turns out to be real, right? Like the only ones that are not real are like the flat Earth or like Bigfoot. You know, the really really fucking crazy ones. That I'm pretty sure just conspiracy theories. They're like the fun ones, but nobody actually like takes them serious. Like nobody really believes them other than like the 25 random people dotted across the world, like that kind of deal. But they always get brought up for conspiracy theories just to kind of like muddy the waters for the actual real ones that do end up turning out being true here. And so I just kind of believe like every theory that comes out. Like I probably here's one. Here's one that's a more recent new conspiracy theory. Erica Kirk. Now, I'm not gonna go like the whole Candace Owens style because, well, let's just say blacks have higher rates of schizophrenia than white people do. But there is something off about that woman, okay? Like, I don't like fully pay attention to this stuff because I do try to care more about the actual like politics about things, right? But you know, obviously Charlie Kirk got assassinated back in back in September. And ever since then, it's just been like the first month was reasonable for a woman who had a husband who was one of the biggest like conservative content creators and figures in the more recent years, who had to deal with his whole business, and she was also grieving. Like the first like month or two was reasonable because she had to handle both of them at the same time plus kids. But as time has gone on, there are different things that have kind of come up here and there that I'm just like, okay, so what's going on with Erica Kirk again? Wait, she's actually a massive psyop? Wait, she's an informant? She's like, wait, well, hold on, what? And then like the most recent one I saw was about like how she's like taking over his office and she removed their wedding photo, and I'm like, what is going on with this bitch? Like I said, I'm not gonna go the full like Candace Owens style with everything. But it's just like something is just off, okay? That's all I'm gonna say about it, because I usually don't pay that much attention to like the drama. I don't know all the details. Oh, but she's Erica's is suspicious and Candace's been full of shit for a long time, yeah. Like that's basically my position on this thing here. So And this ties back to Epstein because just because, like, okay, Pizzagate's real, cool, lovely. They're talking in code. Some of it might actually be real when it comes to some of the food stuff, because they did use email as actual direct texting because the BlackBerry was awful at texting. But it's so hard to actually be able to parse over what's real, what's not real, all these different things in between. And it's just like, okay, well, I already knew that the pedophiles, like the leads were pedophiles and raping and sacrificing kids, like, a few years ago. Like, this just, helps confirm it more. And there's nothing we're gonna do about it because, well, it's the elites. And we gotta vote our way out of this, right? So, and that's why I'm in the apathy section of this stuff. That's why I haven't really talked about the Epstein files that much in the most recent release. Because I did a lot of coverage of it last year when the Trump administration was hyping up and Pam Bondi was making mistakes and calling them out on it, talking that they're piece of shit. But now it's been 1 year fucking circus. And it's just like, I'm kind of over it. I don't want to say I'm over it because it's horrific, right? Like, it's bad. But what's going to actually be done about it? Nothing. And so, I'd rather get mad at other things that will also not get solved, like trannies shooting up schools, and Canada, than this has been going like 1 year long saga. I don't know. I get like tired over like certain things, like Minnesota, for example, right? Like after a month-long saga of Minnesota, I'm like, okay, I'm done. I feel like this is a dead horse here. And but I just, maybe it's my Zoomer ADHD brain. ADHD brain, where I'm like, okay, I'm not entertained by this horrible news anymore, so we move on to other horrible news that activate my neurons. It sounds so bad when I say it, but it's true. Fucking hell, man. It's just so upsetting. Yeah, and I was supposed to be reading super chats, and I got behind in super chats because then I kept on yapping about other things. So, I'm sorry, chat. I'm a horrible streamer. Thank you, Anime Acumen, for the $2. Thank you. Well, do you have imposter syndrome? Possibly. I know what that is, but then I feel like if I say that I have it, then like that makes me feel like I'm a victim, and I'm not trying to make myself into being a victim. I'm trying to be a normal, be a person, but like I'm not. I'll let you guys decide. I'll let you diagnose me instead. I'm an armchair psychologist, not a real psychologist. So, there. Thank you, Kalargi, for the 500 warp tokens. Thank you. The irony is Cyrus Scrollers discussing troons, and you want to gesture max on the topic is that you were funnier before you transitioned. I'm sorry, my 12-inch peen doesn't satisfy you anymore. But whatever. Moving on. Thank you, Solex and Topicking you for the 1,000 warp tokens. Thank you. A certain thing that happened in the 40s, Truth Research Fund. I don't know if I could actually say the combinations of those words together on YouTube without it having me down. So therefore a certain thing that the tiny hats never stop talking about. How about that? Never stop talking about. And thank you, Zalots and Topping for another 1,000 warp tokens. Jesus Christ, dude, that's very nice of you. That's very, very nice of you. you really okay. Really wants the certain event that happened that has we should never ever forget,
Jews?
like 9/11.
Is it the Jews?
Truth Research Fund.
I'm assuming it's always the Jews.
So, I mean, I'd be kind of down for that. That sounds fun, but also a lot of work, and I'm lazy, and I'd rather just watch Zoomer Historian. And it's like, if you want the truth research, then Zoomer Historian is the way to go. He's like the only historian that I've ever heard that actually has a different take on a certain funny man, and it's refreshing. For legal reasons, I'm not gonna say he's correct, but I'm just saying it's nice to have a different side to the story. So, Amalgamyte is my favorite trans woman icon. Zeezer's sister, I agree. Thank you for believing in me. Thank you. I had the best voice changer around and the best girl cock, and I will force you guys to take it. Also, welcome in, Remnant. Thank you for stopping by. Uh, uh, thank you, Zoplas and Doppelganger, for the 500 warp tokens. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We can just overthrow. Yes. Soon as we stop being police and military. Oh, we. Remember, chat. We gotta vote our way out of this. Thank you, Kalergi, for the 500 warp tokens. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There's no such thing as an African knows them all. Once you cross the threshold behind the lighter shades of skin, the nose becomes a frog. It does kind of look like a frog. I'm sorry. I wanted this flash in my mind, and I'm like, wait. It does look like a frog, actually. Interesting. I never really saw it as that. I was just looking at it and be like, wow, this is disgusting. I just don't find it attractive at all. Like, even back in my, like, left-leaning, like, social justice warrior days, I never found them attractive. And I was like, I kind of feel a little bit racist for not finding them attractive, and I kind of felt bad, for it. But I was just like, I just don't find them attractive. And I think I'm just, they were coming to the gas station. I just was like, no. I'd rather not than some, like, white guy come, like, construction worker would come in and be like, yeah, that's hot. That's much better. Thank you. Can I have more of those, please? Oh, no? More in-laws? Oh, okay. Well, that's unfortunate here. You don't find chimps attractive? No, because that's bestiality, and I don't fuck animals. The real chimps, I mean. Real chimps, YouTube. Real chimps. You know, because that's bad. There. And then, thank you, QB Bastard, for the $2 Thank you. Hi, Moon. Long time no see. CIA made up flat Earth conspiracy discredit actual conspiracy by association. Association? Epstein is prob still alive and abusing kids. We're ruled by demons. Yeah, I'm kind of that's the conspiracy theory that I believe in. The CIA made up flat Earth conspiracy to discredit the real conspiracy theories. That's a level of, like, galaxy brain that I'm at. So get on my level. I don't know if I'm not sure if I believe if Epstein's actually alive. I have seen some things where, you know, he was, like, shown on his island, like, oh no, a couple months afterwards. I saw, like, that 4chan post, right? Then there is, like, the Pokestop that was there, and then the fact, like, he probably didn't kill him. Like, he didn't kill himself. There's no way he fucking killed himself, right? And so, but I do believe that people probably actually want him dead, just because they don't want him ratting out. But I'm not sure if I go as far as to believe he's actually alive. But like every conspiracy theory, I'm like, if it becomes true, then I'm like, well, okay, well. I imagine my shock. Okay, it's real. So. It's gonna be is what it is. I'm literally not surprised at any conspiracy theory becoming true at this point. So, I guess I'm probably too apathetic about things, to be honest. Like, I don't know. I feel like my IRL self is leaking into my political self now. nowadays because I'm just I'm so desensitized to everything. Maybe it's because I have been in politics for so long too. But I just it's like, oh, okay. Well, moving on to the next thing. I told you so, I guess. Cool. You got the McAfee treatment? Okay, the story about McAfee is absolutely insane. Like, I haven't actually like did a whole deep dive on what happened with McAfee, but I've seen like the summary post of it, and it's just like, holy shit, I wish I was him. He sounds like an absolute badass. And also a kind of horrible way. But like, damn. Don't be Epstein, be McAfee. Remember, chat. Have standards. To get the real story in World War II, you have to read the book Disinformation by the highest ranking KGB defector, Lieutenant General Ion Pasiba. It was a oh. Well, I mean, it's about World War II, so I think I can say it's the mother of all psyops, right? Right? Because I am a believer that maybe we didn't actually win World War II. I think that's YouTube safe, right? Because it sure doesn't feel like we actually won World War II at all. Based off how the modern day is. And it's just getting worse and worse. Like, there are some wins here and there, and you don't want to give up and completely blackpill. But, you know, things aren't getting better either. Oh, we're going to have a really rough time ahead. It's going to get worse before it gets better. And it's like, were we really the victors? McAfee? McAfee. I thought it was McAfee. Is it McAfee? I don't know how to pronounce stuff. Okay, I'm retarded. Actually, speaking of being retarded too, before I get into the nitty gritty dark stuff, we should have some fun stuff first, other than Epstein. So first off, thank you guys for the 1K over on Rumble. Thank you. So Rumble Bros, you guys are absolutely famous. I'm actually surprised. There's that many people on Rumble, but I'm not complaining because Rumble is a good platform. I know it's got some tiny hat ties that don't make it exactly the best. But I can't say the N-word on it, and that there by default makes it a lot better. At least a lot better than YouTube. So, and I do like to do monthly Rumbles only streams, like we did last time with the well, okay, that was a spoon. We didn't eventually watch this video. I still have to watch it. I just realized actually, I kind of forgot about it. But I do try to do like a monthly Rumble only. Which, speaking of which, will be happening here. On Saturday is my plan to do the Rumble only stream. I mean, if something major news worth happening, I might. I don't know if I'll do both. Or I'll make it just the typical YouTube and Kick thing. But right now I'm planning on 2 because I'm gonna be playing Reloaded, the game that got me permabanned off Twitch. As I said the N-word on Twitter. So yeah, that's my plan. So Rumble will be a Rumble only stream to play Reloaded. I'm gonna take back the artifacts of my people. We're gonna need a twice monthly Rumble streams with what's going on now. I don't know about that. We'll see. I mean, I do like Rumble, and once again, thank you guys. Thank you for the 1,000 followers on Rumble. I appreciate the support because I do like alternative platforms if possible, because I don't trust YouTube at all. I've seen the awful things it's done to my favorite creators for the past like 10 years now. Like, even if Rumble is a little bit suspicious here and there, it still is a pretty decent platform overall. They do need to invest more money into it. Make both the back end for the streamer and the front end for you, the viewer, better. I wish they would do that. I would promote it a lot more if they did. Because, like, Kick's amazing because of it.
Is it the Jews?
And that's why
Is it the Jews?
basically shout out Kick
I'm
a lot
assuming it's
more,
always
because
the
at least they're
Jews.
putting money where their mouth is. But I still like being able to say the N-word. That's what Rumble's for. So, no, thank you, Desert Ghost, for being a subby bubby for 9 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The game only had a 57 peak player count. Oh, yeah, I know. We did talk about that, by the way, on Side Scrollers. You should get the VOD. But, like, it's... we all knew it was gonna flop. Like, nobody was actually good. It looked like shit. The voice acting shit. The premise is shit. The leftists just supported it on Twitter because I'm a black person. But they don't play video games. Like, and if they do, it's all the Troon Slut video game. And so it's like, who cares what their opinion is? Because there's no actual audience there for it. It's just a propaganda piece like Dustborn. Which blame the Swede for the fact that Dustborn exists. And it probably is just like a massive money laundering scheme, and they're probably gonna have like they probably will have schools be sponsored so kids play it, and so they have realized the true history of African culture or something along those lines. Like I could totally like, because at the end of the day, these people are being funded by governments, by NGOs and big corporations. Even if nobody actually buys their game, they're being funded to make these games for propaganda purposes. And they will be utilized in some way, shape, or form to basically become the new normal for the future audience. That is very young or yet to be born. And so we can point and laugh and mock at it and be like, okay, where's your modern audience at? But at the end of the day, it's not even for the modern audience. It's not for us. It's not for people. It's simply just because they can, and they want to flood the market with more bullshit to demoralize you. And so you have to keep going back to older games, which there's a lot of great older games out there. Too many, especially for my Zoomer sheltered fucking self, to play. And it's not like the end of the world, but it's the sign of stagnation and degradation about how things are not getting better and things are just getting worse. Game from Side Scrollers by SS. I mean Side Scrollers, by the way, not the other SS. It's fine if you did. It's okay. We're an all-inclusive environment here, you know. Just glow if you feel a little bit spicy. To be fair, there's also many good games that came out that don't refer in the AAA studios. I mean, true. The Chinese are making good games, which is a little bit concerning because I don't want to support the Chinese. But hey, I mean, if it's good, it's good, and what am I gonna say about it? I mean, like engine. And there's a bunch of good indie games that are coming out, or at least with like previous devs from big studios that have defected and made their own studio, like Claire Obscure, for example. So there's definitely some nice things out there that do actually exist. For new games, they're just far and few between. And there are some, and I'm glad to see people doing passion projects again too. But at the same time, getting the proper funding for a great idea is almost impossible when all that funding just goes to fucking DEI. I played Where the Winds Meet, so the CCP owns my soul now. LMAO, join the club! You know, I've been part of the club for 5 years. Well, it does porn with Norwegian. It is Norwegian. I just call the famous Norwegian a Swede because it pisses him off, and I like bullying him. So... a lot. Fuck. We're trying to support game that's hate me. Tough choice. I mean, it kind of is, because China hates you too, right? Like, it's not the same vindictive, I want you to die, like the game devs are, because they are so anti-white. it's from a more nationalistic perspective. It's from actually a very like normal perspective. Until the past 60 years roughly with liberalism, it's nationalistic perspective, where they want to be number one, they want to be the world hegemon, they want to be the cultural force, and so they're more than happy to swoop in and actually make good games because they see a hole in the market. The Japanese are slowly being wokeified over time. You're seeing it already in anime, and then like translators and localizers and those kind of deals. And it doesn't really seem like, and Nintendo's obviously completely fallen off. PlayStation's completely fallen off too. And so China comes in and saves the day. Um and make their good games. And you know what? Hey, at least it's a fun game, so I can't exactly blame them for it. And like I said, it is from a national perspective where they just want to be number one. They don't really want us to die. Last I checked, I could be wrong here. I'm sure there's probably some people within the CCP and the government would be happy just to eradicate the Western world, just because once again they also hate Whitey. All nuns hate Whitey. It's a default setting in them. But at least it's a little bit more understandable than the game devs within the Western world that are born and raised in the Western world and have the best civilization, to live in the best civilization possible, to be anti-white when they're white themselves, or brown, and still be able to eat from the fruits of our tree that we had so much labor that we invested upon. Like, I can at least understand the Chinese perspective a little bit more. Or I'll sympathize. I don't, because I understand both technically, but I should say sympathize with it. So, China CCP actually pushed for DEI in Western games to drive out stock value, and so they can buy them out. I've heard that theory before, and I believe it. But it's not simply just it's pure China that did it. Because I do know there's some people that do believe it's pure China for funding DEI. No, it's literally the entirety of the third world that have pushed for DEI as much as possible because they're the only ones that benefit from it. China's case, obviously, has already been stated. Then they have a little tiny hat island, that definitely loves it. And then you have the globalists in general, that are working together, including in the Western world, to push it even more. Because the whole point is to demoralize and to make perfect cattle that keeps them voting for what they want and do whatever they want and have complete control over people. And if they are drug-addled, depressed, are unable to have a house and kids, and just eat the sloppa, whatever's on TV, whatever video games, like, like the Super Bowl, for example, there's some sloppa right there. And they don't fight back. Well, that's exactly what they want. And it's a win-win for everybody involved, for the globalists and for China, and for the tiny Hyats. So, it's not a theory. I worked in the entertainment industry for over a decade. Around 2015, 2017, the Chinese began acquiring 10% stakes in every major American media enterprise, game studios. I call it a theory because personally haven't fully looked into it myself, for it. But that does line up because I do know that they are ready to swoop in for the kill. So I'm not that surprised. It's also important to note that DEI, ESG, intersectionality, anti-whiteness in general, whatever you want to call it, because at the end of the day, it basically is just anti-whiteness. That all originates long before Gamergate, long before, 2014, 2015, 2016. This has been in the works for literal decades. I said earlier that we weren't the ones that won World War II, because this has been pushed with each passing generation to make people worse and worse. The reason why the Hart-Celler Act passed in 1965, after all. I gotta blow my nose again. Give me a second. There we go. I'm back. Sorry about that. Thank you, Rubber Band Digital Physics, for the tool Daroidos. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Demoralization is the name of the game. Don't let them win. For heads up and march forward slowly. Now we can say as a fact, it was in fact a satanic cannibal cabal, a pedo tiny hat supremacists ruling over us, and to red pill those around you. It's possible to win. Hashtag alien isolation. I will add that to alien isolation there. Though honestly, I don't think most normies actually care about the Epstein files. I really don't think they do. Well, for basically the same reason that I've given up, actually. Because there's really nothing you can do about it. And you've actually explained how horrific it is to them. They're still not going to believe it. Like, they know Epstein's a pedophile. They know all the elites are part of it. But they don't know about, like, the rest of the horror stories. And if you tell them that, then that's, like, a bit too far. And you just can't actually have conversations with these normies when it comes to these serious topics like this. It just overloads their brain and just shuts them down. Which, you know, I can't really blame them for it, to be completely honest, with how bad everything is. But unfortunately, that's the case for lots of things, just in general. So, it makes it hard to have a conversation in general with them. So, there. You're right, most of the people I've talked about don't even know most of the things, just the basic details. Yeah, pretty much. So, and that's, I don't say it's okay, but it's normal, right? Because they're normies. They're normal. They have their head in the sand. They go about their lives. They wake up. They go to work. They come home. And they consume the sloppa that whatever their work friends recommend to them. That's how normies just are. Because caring about the rest of the world, caring about politics is emotionally exhausting because of how bad it is. Like, and I do want to point out that even though things are pretty bad these days and it's only getting worse, we didn't start the fire. Like, Billy Joel wrote that song in 1989. And it goes through his life cycle from when he was born, which I think it was 1940 something, to that year that he actually wrote that song. And it goes through just a bunch of political events that have occurred. And the whole premise of the song is that there's always something bad happening. Now, the demographics since the 80s, since he wrote that song, are definitely worse. The state of America is definitely worse. But the point is, politics sucks. Which is why I'm so drawn to it, I guess. And things will... Something will always be happening. Some bad news will always be occurring. And to care about it deeply requires a lot of investment. A lot of research. And when it's just easier to just carry on with your life because, well, okay, another controversy has happened. Another conspiracy theory becomes true. Another, I don't know, president is, you know, a piece of fucking shit. Backed out of his promises. We're in for another, 4 years of, the next new dude, the opposite party. And things will just get worse. In that case. So... Of course, ideally, that is to change it, right? Because you don't want to be demoralized. You don't want to black pill. You don't want to give up. As bad as everything is and how a black pilled I am, okay? You shatters need to be better than me because I'm just a dumb woman, okay? Right? I am a dumb woman. Don't listen to me. Stay strong. And fight back peacefully, obviously. Because the only right now we're facing, and Billy Joel was actually technically seen in his lifetime when he wrote the song, the degradation of society. And so every civilization ends, every empire ends. This is what we're just looking at right now. Unfortunately, we were not born in the golden age, and so have some rough times ahead, but hard times make strong men, good men, and we're going through hard times. We will create the strong men, and we'll create good times. And like everything, the good times will make weak men, and the weak men will bring the hard times once again. But we'll be okay. Yes, me. I'm the man. Um, not the man. That will bring in a better civilization again. At least that's the ideal. So, imagine taking a pill the same color as an N. I know. See, that's another reason to not do it. Remember, chat, don't black pill. If you black pill, then you're just the same as an N-wa. Excuse me. Excuse me. Again, I knew you were the man. Yes. I told you my 12-inch cock is... That's what it's 12 inches will flaccid. You didn't think I was a man? When it's flaccid? Imagine what it's like when it's enlarged and inflated. Ah. I'm the biggest cocksucker around. Or cock... fielder... sword fighter. I don't fuck... Here, moving on. Thank you, Salt the Second, for the $10 dose. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're blackpilling? The Alien Isolation Fund is getting $10 more and you're blackpilling? Fuck it. Okay, I'm gonna kill myself, actually. It's show over, chat. Alien Isolation's being funded. That's what's gonna make me give up. That's what's gonna make me end it all. Right here, right now, live on stream. Just like that one dude, right? I'll turn off the VTuber model. I'll do a live webcam of it. You'll see my sweaty, greasy ass just take the shotgun like Kurt Cobain did and do it just because Alien Isolation is being funded. Good night. Oh. Oh. Actually, now that I think about it, how far away is Alien Isolation from being funded? Okay, we still got actually quite a bit to go for Alien Isolation. So I still have, okay, my will to live is returning. Okay, other than the fact that the piece of paper, like I have it in a notebook here. As you can clearly hear as I'm flapping around, for the game fun. And I've gone back and forth between this and all the other pages that I've done. That the page is about to rip out of it. And that bothers me completely, because I like it having nice, clean, and attached. That's what's gonna make me end it, actually, before Alien Isolation gets around. There we go. Porn, it really destroyed people's expectation, like 80% are growers. I mean, if we want to be serious, then yes. like, dicks are small when they're deflated. Wow. Okay, like that I feel like that's common knowledge. Well, maybe it's common knowledge for men. And not so much women, because women are retarded.
Is it the Jews?
But like, yeah,
is it the Jews?
when they're not, when they don't have the blood rushing to it, it's just a tiny little flaccid thing, and that's okay. It's cute. It's flappy. You take it around. And you take your thumb and your pointer finger, and you go whip 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 with it, like back and forth like that, and you know, like a helicopter. Wee wee wee. Helicopter, yeah, right. It's so cute. It's so fun to play with. And then the more you do it, then it slowly grows, and it's cool. It's like one of those like back in the early 2000s, right? You see those ads on TV for like the chia pets, or like those little like pills that you would put in water, and then like the dinosaurs would grow out of it. It's like that, you know. But instead of water, you just have, yeah, you just. It's squishy. Okay, gotta step away from him for a little bit. Hashtag totally not a LootTuber. I'm not a LootTuber. I just say lewd things from time to time. Oh, listen, it's fine. It's normal, I swear. Stepping away from the cocks? My chickens. Well, I feel bad for my chickens. They were still stepping away with them. I'm disgusted by you. Based. I'm disgusted by myself. Uh... I know I probably shouldn't actually I shouldn't actually call it cute, but it is cute. Like when it's soft like that. Just I'm okay. I'll quit. I'll stop while I'm ahead. Thank you, Kiwi Bastard, for the $2 reduce. Kurt didn't kill himself. Yeah, apparently it's official now. Like, it's homicide. I know we talked about that. Also, on the side scrollers today, about Kurt Cobain not killing himself. He pulled an Epstein there. But I don't really know much. Like, I mean, we talked about it a bit. I apparently knew more than Arch, which is kind of surprising because he's an old fucking man. But Kurt Cobain died long before I was born. Okay, long before I was born. Like, obviously I know about Nirvana. I've heard their songs on the radio millions of times. I don't like grunge, and so I don't actually like Nirvana. But... And I've heard about him killing himself, and, you know, Courtney Love is the one that actually did it instead. But I just figured, well, I just didn't really care about it because it's long before my time because I am a baby. Thank you, Crowder Caller, for the $10 reduce. Thank you. Grower Nash Bro, 10 more isolation. Disappoint Papa Franku. What does grower Nash mean? I know the growers refers to your dick. What does Nash mean? I'm mildly confused. I don't know. But I'll add the $10 reduce to Alien Isolation. Just so for the updates, I did see somebody asking. I think actually Crowder Crowler. How far away? We're actually a bit away because I did make Alien Isolation a really high goal. Because remember, chat, I don't actually like playing horror games, okay? I like fun games, not horror games. And so I made the horror games fun, relatively high, so I don't have to actually play it. Though obviously if you guys eventually do fund it, then I do play it, because I'm a good little girl. We're about... It's a lot of math. Lots of math that I don't feel like doing. Little less than halfway there. So, I believe in you. You got this. But honestly, we do have lots of games still. Because, 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim will be started here soon? Question mark. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do about it because I have Resident Evil 5 and then I'm playing with Temp here. Every Saturday. That'll be starting next Saturday, the 21st. And since 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim is such a story-based game, I don't want to just play it once a week because it is such a big game and so heavy. Because I'm going to forget everything with each passing week. But this has been funded for a long time. I do have the thumbnail for it. And so, like, I don't know. I haven't fully decided when I'm starting 13 Sentinels just yet. But after that, we got Shadow of Colossus. And yeah, that's it for... I feel like there's a third one. I don't remember what the third one been funded, but what do you mean I don't remember? I have it right in front of my fucking face, and it's called It Doesn't Exist. I'm just delusional because Outlast was finished. That was in my mind. Okay, but yeah, we still got a ways to go for different things. Nash, like vape Nash with H3. What? Vape? What? I don't do drugs, chat. I know what vaping is. What's H3? Is that... Is, like, you mean T? What? I don't know. I'm assuming it's Blackinish or Ebonics. Oh, Crowdercolor's not gonna appreciate that. Vape Nash. Nash. Okay, I'm gonna look this up. What the fuck is this? Okay, it might be helpful if I spell it properly. Oh, thank you, Google AI. State of intoxication prediction. Okay, I was gonna say gross, but then I was like, what was the original context? Oh, dicks. And I was like, well, that's not so gross, actually. But in the drug sense, that's gross. But I don't like drugs. Actually, in fact, I'll probably be pissing some of you, if it depending on how much I yap, because it's, oh my god, it's almost 9 o'clock and I'm still yapping and haven't got to the topic. This is probably one of the latest I've done before. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, we gotta get to the topics today, because there are things to actually discuss. Here, but maybe I'll say this for Friday, because we are fucking fuck. I haven't got yet. But there's an article about weed that's been released on the New York Times, and I'm probably gonna piss a lot of you guys off with it, because one opinion that I do relatively keep to myself, because I don't like pissing people off that much. My opinions on weed and drugs in general. So it's nice to be vindicated, even if it is by the New York Times. But that's me. Walk the fucking retard. Fine. Okay, we're gonna lock in just like the tranny did, because I probably shouldn't make jokes about this. I should probably take this seriously, because kids died and it's tragic. But a tranny, it's a like, and the whole thing is just absurd. About the whole situation is just absurd. Ugh. So, but okay. So earlier, yesterday, it was like 1:20 p.m. their time. So late in the evening for real true human being. There was a shooting by a woman wearing a dress. That opened fire on a Canadian school, Tumbler Ridge, where 10 are dead with 25 plus injured. A woman wearing a dress. Now, of course, a lot of people saw the quote "woman wearing a dress" thing and were like, okay, it's a tranny then. Because who labels a shooter by what like that? Like, if it's a woman, just say it's a woman like shooting, which never happens. But basically almost never happens. Like, okay, there was that one female to male tranny shooting, but I guess more of a butch lesbian type in that case. But it's usually men, because men are the violent sex, after all. So why would you label it as woman wearing a dress? I don't know, just seems a little bit strange. Also, I want to point out that's in Tumbler Ridge where this happened. And as somebody who used to be an SJW and loved Tumblr, lived on Tumblr, this is a bit ironic because I first heard about trannies from Tumblr. In fact, one of the stories I first heard about trans and made me become a supporter for trans rights was about this one story. I forget the name, but it was a male to female, as always, because there's always a male to female. And they were severely depressed and had a bunch of issues, because of course they did. And their parent their mom wouldn't affirm them, and so then they walked in front of a moving walked in front of the highway and got killed by a semi truck. I remember reading that story when I was like 13 years old, and that was horrific to me that somebody would be like so depressed, to be so suicidal, to walk into a highway to kill themselves. And that really made me care about trans issues for a bit because of that when I was 13. Because, I mean, suicide is bad, right? Like, I think we can all acknowledge that if you killing yourself, despite all the jokes that I make and the fact I'll do it when I'm 30 if I'm childless, is a bad thing. Like, you should still continue on with life no matter how bad things get. It's tragic. And this was a teenager, and you know what? It sounded like he came from a broken household. And so for 13-year-old me, that was quite tragic to read about it. Of course, if I go back and probably find the story again, which I don't know if I can. I'm not that tech literate. And I'm sure there'll be probably some more details there that prove that, hey, maybe the parents were probably not as bad as what they were made out to be, because, you know, the fact that the mom... I don't know if the father was in the picture. I would be kind of surprised if there's a father in the picture if it was a tranny. But the fact that the mother was actually against it is a good sign that at least she cared enough to be like, hey, you got problems, so don't go through with it. It just sucks that obviously they went into the highway. So oh, thank you, Clary, for the 500 rope tokens. Thank you. We got a 1060 in progress at Tumblr Girl High, and in Jeetsburg, suspect is a dress wearer. Repeat, suspect is a dress wearer. I mean, in a way, it kind of... Okay, so this might be a... I don't say controversial opinion, but when I first read this, I actually didn't really think much about it, about being a tranny. I was going to wait for more information to come out about it, because women wearing dresses are actually not very common in the modern age. Very few women actually do wear dresses. And because I mean, granted, I like wearing pants myself. I wear pants 24/7. So, I don't like dresses. Oh, but it is unfortunately a tragedy about Western civilization that it has become so one-shotted by feminism that girls aren't feminine anymore, and that includes not wearing dresses, and they do wear pants all the time, or sweatpants, or leggings, that kind of deal. Like, it's not very... You only see a woman wearing a dress for like special events, or maybe like the trad wife grifters type of deal. Other than that, so the fact that though she was wearing a dress, I was like, okay, that's kind of a reasonable description to have, because once again, when do women wear dresses? So, Amal doesn't wear dresses, not trans confirmed, yeah. Now granted, I mean, men's fashion has also sharply declined too, and I could criticize that, but I'm not going to for the sake of this. But it's just another fucking... But it really is just a tranny. The gunman has been ID'd as a trans biological male, Jesse Strang. Now, technically, the name is wrong. I mean, it's Jesse, but it's actually Jesse Van Rootelaar. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that relatively okay. Then, and he's also 18. There's definitely some reports about him being 17. I have some tabs calling him 7. So that the actual... seems like as things have gone on, like we are getting more information. So if some of this stuff is incorrect for the live stream, my apologies in advance. You know, the cons of ambulance chasing, essentially. But right now, it looks like the most recent information is he's 18, not 17. His name is Jesse, but it's Van Rootelaar. Granted, the original information is close enough, so it is what it is. Police in Canada have finally confirmed the BC school mass shooter is trans. Prior to independent reporting, he had his mother's surname, Slang, but that was inaccurate. Police say the gunman began transitioning about 6 years ago when he was about 12. He had dropped out of school when he's about 14. Police confirmed that all deceased child victims are between 11 to 13 years old. Van Rooselaar killed 9 people, including his mother, who affirmed his transgender identity, and his 11-year-old brother. Screenshot of the school in Tumbler Ridge, BC, where the second part of the shooting occurred. Everyone is welcome here with a Canadian leaf and the trans brown rainbow flag. I didn't hear about him killing his own mother and brother too. That's fucking hell. I mean, shooting up a random school, well, it's probably not a random school. More than likely, it's actually where he went as a kid. Is tragic, obviously, but to go as far for his own mother and brother too, that's like a whole nother level. Because for random students you don't know, there's not probably gonna sound bad, but armchair psychologist here. For random students you don't know, it's easier because you don't actually personally know them. And so they're just a simple target. They're just a means to an end for whatever your motivation goals are. But for your own mother and brother, your actual family members, people that you're supposed to love and love you. I mean, fuck, his mother even affirmed his being tranny. So, of course, you can argue that's not actually love, but still. And his 11-year-old brother, who we don't know what is like, but still, that's like that's an extra mile. That's actually like vindictive. That is malicious and evil. They actually kill your own family like that. Like this guy is insane. Now, if the Reddit thread is to be correct, he is literally insane. Even before this happened. But my god, like all the warning signs were there. And he went this far. Ugh. Like, just friendly reminder that because one of the things that the leftists always try to like push a lot when it comes to trainees is that, oh well, if you don't affirm them, they're gonna kill themselves. And they like hold like it's like the abusive girlfriend. Well, actually, the boyfriends do this a lot too. I've had this happen. Where like the abusive ex says that, oh, I'm gonna kill myself if you break up with me. And they do like over and over and over to like guilt trip you to stay into the relationship. That's what the left does with the trainees. Being like, oh, if you don't affirm them, if you don't, put them on HRT and sterilize them for life and chop them and mutilate them, and say it's a ma'am, then they're gonna kill themselves. Then you don't want that to happen, because yes, like, people committing suicide is absolutely tragic. You're throwing your life away when you were given a great chance to become something and have future generations. Like, there are really good people out there, though this person probably deserves it. But and so that guilt trips most normal people into being like, okay, then fine. Like, I'll just, affirm you. I'll say ma'am, instead of sir. And it doesn't help at all, because yes, you can clearly see, even where his own mother, who affirmed his training identity, he went to a school, at least when he was a kid, that was, I mean, maybe they weren't as welcome of it 6 years ago, before 4 years ago. No, they would have been supportive of 4 years ago. This is Canada we're talking about here. This is Canada they're talking about here. They probably have the exact same sign and flag in the window, still. So, and he still went absolutely batshit insane. Shot up the school. Killed his own mother and brother. Like, it doesn't help anything. If anything, not affirming them and them offing themselves is actually a better solution, because if you do affirm them, apparently they kill people. Like, it's like the trolley question. Do you sacrifice one person or 10? Well, I'm gonna sacrifice the one. Simple as. It's like, it's basic math there. Like, but okay. As part of a larger tragedy to be lied to for years and affirmed by those who should be trying to help you, yes. Like, it's absolutely fucking sad that there are people out there in schools and mothers, that willingly push and accept this stuff. And then all it does is completely fuck up their kid. Because being trans, certainly being a transgender is a real thing. It is like an affliction that affects like 0.001% of the population. We don't know much about it because it's completely overrun by these kinds of drones here. And obviously the left-wing nonsense. And then instead the solution is to just mutilate yourself and put yourself on HRT. Instead of actually do research and be like, hey, what actually causes this? Is this like a brain chemical issue? Is this a grooming issue? Like, at least in the major cases of this stuff, like a traumatic response issue? Is it a hormonal issue? Because, like, if they think they're a woman, they probably have low testosterone, so then you just give them more testosterone, not estrogen instead. Like, we don't actually know the solutions for it because nobody wants to actually try to find them. They rather go with the permanent patient solution. Because when you do get these surgeries, you become a permanent patient, so it's great for Big Pharma. You know, chop off your tits, that's a major surgery. You know, chop off your dick, that's a major surgery that fucks you up for life. You are screwed if you go that far. The facial surgery, you constantly have to get that over and over and over again to feminize your face as much as possible. But that's really hard to do because you're not actually a woman. The females can be usually pass better than men. Except for the fact they're manlets. So picture-wise, they're a little bit better off because all you have to do is like add some short hair and a beard and all that fun stuff, and they pass a lot better just for various reasons. I'm not exactly sure the biology of why, but women pull it off better picture-wise until you see their height in real life. And like it just ruins them. And they have to keep on taking hormones. It's like steroids, right? Or testosterone replacement therapy in general. Once you start doing that, then your body starts producing it yourself. And so then you have to do it over and over and over again. And it's a huge money-making scheme. It's awful. Absolutely awful. And a lot of these people regret it when they get into their early 20s. Because these people are mostly just groomed. Like, actually legit groomed into it. Like, not where they were sexually abused as a child kind of grooming. They just got on the internet, got on Roblox, and got groomed instead. Ugh. Oh, thank you, Eldritch Saga, for the... Oh my. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18? Did I count that right? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 8, well, $18 reduce in total. Thank you, my dude. Thank you. We have now hit the goal on YouTube. So, the P.E.P.E hoodie comes out. Thank you, guys. Thank you for your generosity tonight. I greatly appreciate it. For it. Who doesn't like an anime woman wearing a P.E.P.E hoodie while talking about a trainee shooting up a school? This is where you get your news, chat. Amal, remember the recent court case where the kid was railroaded by the doctors and doing all the treatments? Are you referring to the one the G-transitioner that won the lawsuit? Because I have it in a tab somewhere. I was gonna read it as a white pill, and I just never got around to it. Because we black pill here. We like to be depressed. And that's the only thing I can think of off the top of my head that you could be referring to. I wouldn't be surprised. This is why I don't fucking trust doctors at all. Like, I refuse to go to the doctor unless I actually fucking need it. Because they are paid by these pharmaceutical companies. It's not a conspiracy theory. It goes back to the whole, like, every conspiracy theory is true that we talked about at the beginning of the stream, right? And, like, they are literally paid to push these drugs on people because they get kickbacks from the sales of it. And so they're more than happy just to hand them out like candy for whatever reasons. Why actually have the solution to give the solution to the problem and the patient walks away scot-free, doesn't have to come back again, versus you can just put a band-aid that bleeds over every other day, and has to come back for more and gets arguably worse because a lot of the pharmaceutical drugs are pumped with a whole god knows what and fucks people up for life, beyond just the whole training thing. And so of course they're down for it. Yeah, that one the doctors kept pushing her to do more. I'm not fucking surprised. It's so sad. Like, actually, like, listen, obviously don't take medical advice from an anime woman wearing a P.E.P.E. hoodie talking about tranny shootings. But seriously, just avoid doctors. It's not legal advice, it's not medical advice, but for your own sake, just avoid doctors, look into homeopathy, look into like natural things, because a lot of these drugs were actually based off plants originally before they got completely taken over by the pharmaceutical industry. And so there are natural plants out there that do, you know, not as potent and take longer effects, but help you out with at least your basic bitch stuff like, you know, headaches and different things like that. There are supplements to take to give you energy, iron, like vitamins, obviously, etc. Like just eating healthier and working out. Although those things basically solve most of your problems. And then if it's anything like hardcore physical, like, I don't know, knee pain, there's probably some sort of natural way to help with that too, because it's not like surgery's gonna help with it. The amount of stories I've heard where people get surgery for like back pain or knees, and it doesn't do anything, it actually makes things worse, and it's like thousands upon thousands of dollars down the drain for it. It's infinitesimal. Like, I don't think I've ever heard a successful story about somebody getting surgery for their back and it actually being better for them. So I just, you know, I'll just live in mild pain and discomfort for the rest of my life. It is what it is. There's just gotta be other ways. Thank you, Andy do Flipper, for the $2 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Take all my third world fortune. Probably 17 cents. Actually, less than 17 cents in the US dollars. Well, it's telling me that it's worth equivalent to $2. So, I will take it. Thank you very much. I don't know what your third world fortune is. Remember, chat, to take care of yourself first and foremost, especially if you do live in the third world. Oh, this is a shithole. Don't come here, though. Thank you, user, for the $2 reduce. Going to carnivore help with my skin problems. I've heard good things about the carnivore diet. I mostly eat carnivore myself. I would probably say I have been eating more carbs a little bit more recently. Because it's... I've heard good things about carbs and my body's been craving it. I don't know what to tell you, man. Okay, listen. I try to listen to my body to a certain degree, because you obviously need to be kind of careful. But I've heard really good things about the carnivore diet. So, hey, more anecdotal evidence, that's all I'm saying. Anyway, back to the trainee shooting, though. Because, for some reason, I can't stick to the topic today. Maybe because he's a tranny and I just don't like him. Like, I feel so bad for the kids, right? And his mother and brother. Well, I do feel bad for his mom. Because it's like, they shouldn't be dead. But it's completely avoidable if we had common sense tranny laws instead. Because keep in mind, this is Canada, right? So, they have very strict gun laws over in Canada. I even asked Grok about it. Not like Grok's 100% accurate, but it's pretty good for, like, basic information. Like, the only thing that's not restricted is hunting rifles and shotguns, but you still need a license for it. Then you got, like, handguns and semi-automatic rifles with short barrels and certain other firearms. They need a higher tier registration for it and stricter rules. And there's like a national freeze on new handgun transfers and sales for individuals since 2022 and codified in the law. And then prohibited is like military style, assault style firearms and automatic weapons. There. So like they have, and then you have gun laws where you're not supposed to bring a gun to the school. Well, guess what? He brought a gun to his school. Did any of these gun laws actually help? Because at the end of the day, he still had a gun. I don't know how, but with their gun laws, actually. He probably got it, I mean, maybe he got it legally, because if people have ill intent, if people are going to break the law, then they're going to break the law. They're going to find a way around it. So, and that's exactly what he did, and he brought a gun to the school, and well, he shot a bunch of kids. Mother's gun? Well, I mean, in a way, good on his mom for actually having a kid. Having a gun in the first place, sorry. I guess for having a kid, too, because white women should be having kids, technically, but they need to not trans them, and then give them guns. That case. And that there are videos of him shooting before, so apparently they come from a family and a culture where guns are actually pretty normal. Which is good, because I am pro gun. I have a gun myself. I'm a professional school shooter. Like, I probably shouldn't make that joke when I'm actually talking about a real school shooting. I am. I probably shouldn't have made that joke because this is actually a real one. Okay then. Oh well. But anyway, I like guns. I don't know anything about them, but I know how to shoot them. That's all that matters, right? And and so the gun is really not the problem, though the left will definitely try to make it out to be a gun. But it just shows that gun laws don't fucking work. Because if they're going to shoot up a school, they're going to shoot up a school. They'll find a way around it. So, here we are. And here is some of the emergency, like, when this happened yesterday stuff. So some of the stuff might not be completely accurate. Also, these screenshots are so pixelated and grainy. Take these with a grain of salt. For how their authenticity for this stuff. But these have been passed around here. So, hi everyone, my name's Anna. I'm from Tumblr. I moved here a few months ago, and I'm going to say the biggest tragedy that I've ever seen in my life. This young man dressed as a girl killed his mom, kid, brother, and sister, then decided he was going to go to the high school and make a scene. This is such a tragedy, and I hope every parent learns from this tragedy. I'm in my give my prayers to all families that were in the school and to the parents. So this one mentioned a sister. Maybe she's I don't know who to trust. Annie knows usually pretty reliable on these different things, these different stuff. But this does confirm that he did kill his mom and brother as well. So it could be real. And then here's apparently the emergency alert, the Amber Alert that went out. Police initiated public alert Tumblr Bridge and surrounding active area. Active shooter alert issued by Tumblr Bridge. RCMP goes and Tumblr Bridge area are asked to stay inside and shelter in place, lock your doors, and refrain from your home or business at the all others need to be avoid the area and follow police directions. Suspect described as a female in a dress with brown hair. Shelter in place. Report anything suspicious to the police. Do not attend school unless directed. Do not approach. Call 9. Is it 911 for Canada too? Because I know it's different for Britain. Interesting here. Oh. Yes, it is 9/11? Interesting. Okay. I did not know that. I thought it was different for each individual country. And even the police are still saying, they're not saying gunman, they're not saying gunwoman. No, they're referring to them as a gun person. They're respecting the pronouns of the tranny who shot up a school. Priorities.
That includes the deceased gun person.
Okay. And then separately, do you know the gun person's relationship to the
Gun person. I. What? What? I just. I know they like to make up words to fit their definitions and their new reality. But gun person. Okay. I mean, I'm not sure what would be worse, him saying gun person or gun woman. Because gun woman would be an outright lie because it's a man that is got up the school, right? Not not a woman. But gun person is so gender neutral, purposely DEI that and so absurd about the situation because they know it's not actually a man. They know, they know it's not actually a woman. They know it's a man, and so they don't want to actually be like, okay, actually, it's a female because we need to figure out who this person is, right? And we actually say it's a real woman, then people are gonna be looking for a real woman instead of the fake kind here. So they just say gun person instead. Just say shooter at that point, yeah. That would be the most general neutral. Now, everybody's gonna assume it's a man because most shooters are men because men are the violent sex. But still, like gun person. And here's a little bit more recent update too. Still with the police, who are who confirmed that he's trans, and still respects the pronouns.
We've heard all around the world reports coming out from different media, not local but world, and we've heard people from Tumbler Ridge, actual people that know the shooter, and they are all saying that this person is transgender. Why is the RCMP not speaking to this? Why are we hiding this from the public?
Well, first off, thank you for your question. We're not hiding it. In fact, you're the first media to ask the question. I will say this, we identified the suspect as they chose to be identified in public and in social media. I can say that Jesse was born as a biological male who approximately, the information that I have, approximately 6 years ago began to transition to female and identified as female both socially and publicly.
Unfortunately, we've
I don't care. I mean, not like I'm a big fan of trannies these days, okay? But when somebody commits mass murder, I'm not gonna respect the pronouns. Like, why? All you're doing is adding more problems to the case. Because you're talking about, okay, like, when institutions, especially big important ones like the police, that are investigating crime, and you're trying to figure out how to prevent a crime like this to happen in the future. And you're trying to even figure out the details of what even happened in the first place to get, justice for the family. When you lie about important details about this, you make it even harder for one, the families to get justice, and two, for future crimes to be figured out. Because if you're going to respect the pronouns of it, try to refer to them as a female, then you're adding to the cases of women shooters. By doing so, well, women shooters are actually very far and few between. They're quite rare, and so then people in 5 to 10 years from now, or even further than that, depending on how the culture changes, different things like that, try to look back at this time period and try to build a case of how to stop school shootings. I mean, they've been trying to do that for ages now, but they're still at it once again, right? And they'd be like, okay, wow, we all of a sudden we had a sudden influx of female shooters. I wonder what happened. How do we stop this from happening again, right? And they don't realize that they're actually trans. Then that actually affects the psych profile for how to solve the problem. That affects the forensics. That this muddies the waters. This creates a whole new stereotype. That's not true. And stereotypes do usually exist for a reason. There's a reason why we have a stereotype now about tranny shooters. And it just it ruins everything. Like they're a mass murderer. Who cares what their pronouns are? They're biologically male, born biologically male, still biologically male, even in the fucking body bag here. Call them a man because guess what? Men are more likely to commit shootings, are more likely to go crazy like this. And so you need to have these facts on hand to actually be able to solve the case. There's no point in respecting them. They're fucking dead and a horrible person.
A lot of transgender and masculine shootings. Do you think there's a correlation here?
It's too early to say whether that has any correlation in this investigation. I think it's important to recognize that this investigation is still in its infancy. We have scenes still lock down the school and the residents while we execute search warrants and gather further evidence and talk to witnesses that may have further evidence for police.
And like, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a cop, but I think we have seen enough tranny shooting. Because as I titled this stream, the last one was like 4 months ago. Okay? Like, I went back at my VODs and looked at when the last tranny shooting happened. And it was 4 months ago. Now, granted, I am counting the Charlie Kirk assassination as a tranny shooting. Because even though he wasn't exactly trans himself, he had a transgender boyfriend that was heavily involved with Trantifa. And if you give him a long enough time period, he probably would have become trans himself. But is leftist shooting in general. And then there's also that like leftist who shot at the ICE agents as well. That occurred a few months ago too. And then there's another one like way before that. Like, so the leftist violence is already like at all-time high. It's coming from one side, and if you do per capita, it's the tranny. Like, because there's some leftists being like, what's the actual, how many shooters are actually trans? How many shooters are actually trans? Okay, not that many. But when you do a per capita, which I know it's hard to understand when you have an IQ lower than 100, the ratio between the trans that actually do take part in the shooting are astronomically high. Astronomically high. Also, they're still biologically men. Like, so there's that factor too. Like, it's insane how bad it is. Pretty much every single school shooting that's been occurring in the past like 5 to 6 years have been trans. I kid you not. It's like once or twice a year. There's always like 1 or 2 of them a year. That this happens. And nothing's been done about it. Like, the transgender movement has been rising since the early 2010s. And technically before that too. But it really started like growing in the early 2010s with Tumblr and SJW, college, all that fun stuff, right? Gamergate. But it hit peak. It was hitting its peak, or ramping up to it, like in 2020 when COVID hit, because you had all these kids that are stuck at home, having to do their schooling on the internet, and Zoom calls, and terminating online. This was peak censorship because the government wouldn't allow anybody to talk about COVID. Peak Black Lives Matter because of George Floyd, and may God rest his soul. I love our Saint Fent here. And leftism had complete control over the institutions and media, because once again it's been ramping up over the years before then. There was all these like Dylan Mulvaney was a thing, TikTok, etc. And it all added up into this big bubble where these kids, like this kid here, I guess he's 18, so I shouldn't call him a kid. But if this is correct, and he be transitioning about 6 years ago when he was 12. 6 years ago was in 2020. So right when this started happening. He dropped out of school when he was 14, so that'd been in 2022, in that time period. And there is a whole entire Reddit thread we'll get into even more detailing about his past life and time period. So he was at the peak of trans, like I was gonna say trans genocide. I was like, wait, that's not the wrong term. I guess it is kind of trans genocide because they keep on fucking killing themselves and killing people, so it really is a genocide. The trans grooming, essentially, the egg cracking. Like Finster was a huge thing back in 2020. He was part of the whole Dream crew because like Dream brought back Minecraft. And then like this streamer Friendster, because I remember watching this happening because my friend was really into Dream, and she tried to get me into him and his content in his club, and I just really couldn't do it. But I tried, and so I found this streamer called Friendster, who was a twink, but biologically a male, and was, and one of his chatters started paying him high amounts of money to start cross-dressing. And he passes decently well until he starts speaking. And so then he kept on getting more and more money from them because they were enjoying the grooming process of it, the egg cracking. Until now, he's actually officially transgender. He's on hormonal. He's on HRT. He had facial reconstruction surgery actually a few days ago. His picture went viral about it. But he was actually a normal dude that was just into fucking autistic and into Minecraft 6 years ago. Like, this keeps on happening. So, and it's an absolute tragedy. Bro was literally psyop, yes. Actually, literally groomed by his chat. Which is why, like, all streamers, including me, need to be careful about what they do for chat, because when you're a streamer, at least if you're, you do care about your chat, you do care about your community, you do want to please your base as much as possible, and so you do want to do the things that they like. And if you're not careful, that can send you down a bad path, because, well, when you get a lot of money, then, well, you feel obligated to doing things, for it. And so as a streamer, you do need to kind of keep that in mind, and the Finster is, like, the greatest tragic tale for that, in my opinion. So, apparently, I'm a bitch. Thank you, Kitsune Mizuki, for the raid over on Kick. Thank you. Welcome in, raiders, to the stream. I hope you had a good one. Thank you once again for the raid, Mizuki. We are talking about the train shooting that happened today. Getting a little bit spicy, but hey, to be expected here. So hope you're enjoying and along for the ride, because we don't like the Transformers here. The 41% is 41% for a reason. I thank you, Zazia, for Subby Bubby for 7 months in a row. Thank you. Woot woot, 7 months morning Amalga. Thank you. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you for not trying to groom me. At what step along the dark path does the shot collar come in? Well, if I'm not, in a way, I kind of. That's why I put the rules down for the shot collar, because I was like, okay, the shot collar was a nice, funny gag. There was definitely a little bit of peer pressure into it and all that fun stuff. But now that I have it and I've used it, now I feel kind of gross. So, the shot color is saved for gaming streams and funny things. You guys did fund it after all. It goes back to the whole, like, I want to, like, please you guys type of deal. But it is not the best, So, gotta save it for special things. Try to avoid situations like that. It's like step 4 in the 10-step path of ball cracking, I think. Oh, okay. Thank you, Glergy, for the 5 get the subby puppies over on Kick. Thank you. Hopefully some of the raiders got it, because that'd be greatly appreciated. Gotta give some raiders some love. Thank you, LJ Saga, for the $20 reduce. Jesus, dude, thank you. Thank you. You feel attacked a little bit. A little bit, okay? Listen, I like a good woman. I don't follow my own advice, and I got groomed by my own chat to get a shot collar. I'm the victim of this story, okay? Where? Oh, I'm all sit. Okay, fine. I'll be a good girl. Oh, I definitely started that doing as a joke thanks to Arch. I never thought you actually do it. Well, you see, chat gave me lots of money for it because I tried to make it high. So, like, like that'd be kind of like unattainable, not completely unreasonable, because I don't know I don't want people's money going down the drain if I never got funded, but I wouldn't make it high, and then people hit it anyways, and so then I was like, fuck, okay, so no. Immediately playing the victim card. Why, of course, I'm a professional woman. I have to. Um, it's a joke, by the way. I'm not actually a victim in this case. I'm well aware that I've made this incentive in the first place. And I'm a woman of my word. I got the shock color. It is what it is. Like, as consequences of my own actions, it's okay. It's not that deep, actually. But it is a good lesson. Well, not exactly being a good lesson, but going back to the actual trainees once again, because I'm getting off topic. But being groomed by your chat is something you should try to avoid as a streamer. And especially when it comes to being trans, like the case of Finster, because apparently it's really easy to groom men to becoming trainees. And it sucks, because, I mean, I understand why it is so easy to do so. It actually is tragic. I don't feel bad for this kid, because I mean he's a mass shooter, and he should rot in hell. But it is tragic what led him to go to this point, and for a lot of trainees in general, they usually come from broken homes. Though not all of them. Some of them are what better off, but with how bad the dating is these days, and it does actually come back to the dating scene, where women are propped up as idols and can do no wrong, and women get all the benefits. White straight males, which are, you know, the actual real contributors to society, or get thrown under the bus. They can't get jobs, they can't get girlfriends, they can't get houses. They get fucked over when getting college degrees, because the black woman will get the fun. Sorry, I'm trying to put my fucking fan on. Well, at the same time, and it's not working. Sorry about that. But they get screwed over in every single aspect of society, and they feel lonely because they don't have a girlfriend, they don't have friends, they don't have real life friends, because nobody has real life friends anymore. Everything is all online, everyone's atomized, and so then they go online because that's the only way they can find fun and joy and life. And these are kids usually, and to be fair, I'm mostly referring to kids in this context, like young men, children, right? So they go online when they shouldn't be, because the parents should be involved in their life and get them off the internet. They go play Roblox, they get on Discord, and then they meet all these people, and they see an innocent pure child that's insecure because they're going through puberty, they feel alone, they don't have friends, and they be like, well, I'll be your friend if you do this for me. And you're just like, okay, just put on the dress, you know, just put on some makeup, you do your nails, you know. And they get the steel claps from the groomers. The women cheer them on, because, you know, and they definitely love the female attention, even if they are land whales and crazy fucking blue-haired leftists. But it's still attention from supporting them, because trans women are real women after all, even though they never actually date them. And then they get that validation that way, and it's a huge rabbit hole that they go down as they're going through puberty. And the best way to avoid this is just to get the kids off the internet, not through digital ID, and not through Discord when they age verification, not through mass surveillance, just actually having parents just being aware of the problems. Because a lot of these actually, and the crazy thing is actually, and maybe I'm in too much in a silo on the internet here, but I feel like at this point in time, it's common knowledge that kids get groomed on the internet. Because when I was a kid, and I had a pretty sheltered life, my parents actually had a decent control over my internet access until they didn't, because technology went too far advanced for them to keep up. But but they had control in other ways too, but still. The golden rule of the internet was to never use your real name, never state your real age, try to be anonymous as possible, and, you know, like, never give out your, like, any real information about you. Don't trust strangers. You're gonna be catfished. You're gonna be, swept away by a 40-year-old man that still was in mom's basement, and raped and beaten by him. Right? Like, that was always the story to hear. And that's what I was raised in, and granted, I'm not all that much older than this guy, who got up to school. And I know I know I'm an older Zoomer, and so and older Zoomers definitely have a different culture, different had a different experience than the younger Zoomers do. But it's just I don't know. Like, I thought this was not common knowledge here. That just to keep your kids off the internet and actually be careful of what they're doing here. And not just give them an iPad. Like, if there's a reason why the iPad parents and iPad babies are such a meme. Like, why is it so hard to actually be aware of what's happening with your kid? I don't get it. Maybe I need to be a parent myself to fully understand, but first off, just don't give them a phone. Don't give them a computer. Don't give them an iPad. That's the first thing to start out with. Like that. And then if you have to, for whatever reasons, then at least give them a phone for texting purposes, then give them a flip phone. They still exist. They're fucking cool. I love flip phones as a kid. I would play Power Rangers with the broken flip phones that my parents would give me, because the hinge would always break. With it. Like, go that route. There are ways to do it if you actually want to be a responsible parent, but only they're all fucking lazy as shit. Does he need to work 3 jobs to afford a child in the first place? I mean, I guess it's kind of fair. But, it's just, I don't know. I feel like I've heard and had, like, hell, actually, okay, maybe I'm being a little bit anecdotal here. But, I mean, my dad had to work 2 jobs on average for most of my childhood, and he still would get me up to take me to school and make me breakfast, and then pick me up from the bus stop, and then make me dinner. So, and obviously I did eventually get internet access when I was about 11 years old. That's when I got into Skydoes Minecraft and got on the internet. And I could definitely make the argument that my dad, I guess, in a way, failed me there. Because through being on the internet, and by 12, I was on, getting indoctrinated and becoming a social justice warrior, 13 on Tumblr, that kind of deal. And it was thanks to him being actually a strong dad that I actually, well, him being a strong dad and also different factors too. My mom being a piece of shit. And that kind of stopped me from going further down the rabbit hole here. But I don't know. I feel like it's possible if you actually try and care. But maybe I'm coming from a position of privilege, as like the leftists like to say. In those regards. So, and now you're a VTuber, yeah. So maybe no, my dad's actually my dad's fantastic. So he did his best. He did his best what he had with my fucking shitty ass mom. That's for sure. I thank you, Eldritch Saga, for the $5 reduce. Thank you. I can send money again if you want, but only 5 a day sucks. Save that for the gaming streams. I don't know. Save it for the, like, when I do the Reloaded Rumble stream or something like that. Wait. I don't have Rumble connected to it. Ko-Fi's connected to it. There we go. So, yeah. if you wish. Because, like I said, I'll still use it for gaming streams. Because, but, that's about it. Thank you, Keep It Bastard, for the $2. Thank you. Dear sirs, ma'ams, booths, and neithers, if you shoot up a school, you refer to as a gun. I'm not gonna say that word just to be on the safe side. Or gun drone. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Yes. That if we're gonna be using a gender neutral term, that should be the use. Yeah. God damn it, I forgot I had this tab. I stole some side scrollers earlier today. But the mainstream media, now if you look up what happened with Canada, they just say like shooter. They don't actually have they don't have a gender at all. They just either say like, 10 dead, 25 injured by a shooter in Canada or something along those lines. But when this was rolling out over the last night and yesterday, or last night and today, there's all these media outlets that keep referring to this tranny as a woman. NPR. I mean, the title is "Shootings at School and Home in British Columbia, Canada Leave 10 Dead." First paragraph: a woman who police believe to be a shooter was also killed. Modern diplomacy: 10 dead in rare Canadian school shooting. Female suspect among victims. Independent: Canada school shooting leaves 9 dead as female suspect is identified. The Standard: Canada school shooting, 9 killed by female in dress. And Tumbler Ridge: everything we know so far. The Gazette: 10 dead, including female suspect in devastating shootings in BC school. And then we got and a lot of these are a little bit of people. Female identified as suspect in worst Canada school shooting in decades that killed 10 and injured at least 25. Now, some of these might be Canadian, like this one here that is literally called the Canadian Press. And then this maybe the St. Albert Gazette is standard. I don't know. I don't recognize. These are a little bit like smaller outlets that I don't fully recognize myself, or maybe they're more like local for Canada. In this case, they have to say female because they are respecting the pronouns for the tranny shooter. It's like basically by law, you have to affirm, you have to actually respect their pronouns, or they'll get in trouble for it. But for like the independent, for people, or like an NPR, these American outlets, absolutely insane that they're going with it. Now, I'm not that surprised because they have a bias, they have a motivation, they have stuff they want to promote as much as possible. That is intersectionality, that is DI, that is woke, that is SJW, whatever you want to call it. At the end of the day, the core is anti-whiteness, anti-white straight male to be exact. And so they're going to. This is actual true misinformation. Like remember back in like 2020, 2021, 2022. Height of COVID and Black Lives Matter and everything like that, where misinformation was constantly used and disinformation from the Biden administration. Ooh, be worried. Don't watch out for your misinformation as you try to actually figure out what's happening. That's not the the government approved wording here, right? But this is actual real misinformation. Because it's a man. It's not ma'am, it's man. I know they sound similar, especially when you're retarded like me and can't fucking speak to save your life, but it's different. But they have to push their narrative because, respect those pronouns. Try to get rid of actual real white straight men from existence. And pray to God that more of them go true now, because that's exactly what they want. And of course, the left is not happy about the right's reaction to it. A Canadian lesbian claims the mass shooter was the first victim after gunning down 35 people, killing 9. So not 10. I've been seeing 10 everywhere. So once again, ambulance chasing. There's going to be some things here wrong here and there. And blames the small community for the narrow mindset and bullying, as well as Canada for transphobia. Canada for transphobia. Right. Oh wait, hold on. Sorry, I did not press the button. Yes.
as a person who went to school, had hateful comments directed my way.
Were you a bitch?
The first victim of this tragedy was the shooter. And you can disagree all you want.
I mean, I would actually kind of agree. Not for the same reasons this dyke does, though. It is a tragedy that this kid, who clearly needed help, was basically abandoned by his parents. Everyone keeps on talking about the mom, but we never hear about the father in the picture. And was just left to rot on the internet and be groomed. So yeah, in a way he is actually the first victim. But not because of bullying.
But that person did not just decide one day that it was the day. It was the day that they could not take it any longer. I know it's a small community, but you know what also comes with a small community? A small mindset. An uneducation to understand that maybe difference is okay.
Difference is not okay. It's actually not okay to be different. We have rules and regulations. We have social norms. We have standards, even if they're double standards, for a reason. And that these were understood throughout all of human society, across all cultures, for thousands of years. They have changed, and depending on the culture, exactly, it will vary for different things. But men and women are different. Fun fact, I know, crazy brand new fact. And women are usually the more subservient role. Men in the more leading role. Obviously, there's a few matriarchies out here and there, but don't really hear the success of them now, do you? And so it's not good to be different. You can have your little quirks, an interest, obviously. If we're into, 40k or Genshin or RTSs, or hair and makeup, whatever the case is, depending on your gender and whatever your interest is for that stuff. You can have your little like things that make you you, but at the end of the day, tuning out is completely abnormal. It's not a good thing. It clearly makes you go insane. It means there's something wrong with you in some way, shape, or form. Hormonal, mental, physical, like some sort of level. There is an issue at hand because this isn't normal. It makes you infertile. It makes you insane. Like, and people are being outcast for a reason because they ruin society. In this case, he fucking shoots up a school. So get out of here with this bullshit.
The first victim to this tragedy was the shooter. Verbal abuse is what pushes people to a point where they don't feel worthy to be here any longer. And I only know this because I am a victim of this still to this day.
Man, I know the caption for this is a fucking butch lesbian, and I mean, it does kind of look like a butch lesbian, but at the same time, it's such a front to my eyes that I'm like, what the fuck is this creature?
There's only so much a person can handle. And I believe that in a small community, the hate and the transphobia in this country is the reason why tragedies happen.
I was gonna say that not enough transphobia is the reason why we had these tragedies happen. Like, okay, hot take. Bullying is good. Obviously, if it goes too far, that's a problem. But bullying is a good thing. Because if you are it's a way for kids to regulate themselves and what's normal for society. And if you're abnormal, then you get shunned, you get made fun of, you get mocked, you get belittled. Now, obviously, in some cases, it can go too far, and for stupid reasons. And that's why the parents are there. That's why the teachers are there to help regulate that and step in when it does go too far. Though usually they fuck it up pretty badly, and either make things worse or don't actually handle the issue. But that's what the idea is, because kids are mean, but bullying is normal. All kids do it, and if you get labeled as the outcast, then well, that fucking sucks here. And it's a good way to learn your lesson. It's a good way to grow as a person. You either get thicker skin, you adapt, you try to fit in, something along those lines. Because how society grows, how civilization is founded, is through cohesion. And having weirdos, having outcasts, is not how society builds upon itself. And basically kids test each other with that at a very young age, and actually stopping severe forms of bullying, actually stopping bullying over the past few generations is honestly probably one of the many reasons why we have gotten as bad as we have, because everything's been womanized, everything's been feminized, everything's been about emotional empathy. A lot of guys just need a good punch in the face to tell them to fuck off. Like, if a guy's fucking up and becoming a nuisance, sometimes it's another solid punch in the face and bam. But that's it. With women, obviously there's a whole trouble about mean girls and how nasty they are, and trust me, they are really fucking bad. But usually it's the hypergamy, right? Trying to get male attention, and by trying to be as feminine and appealing to men as possible. And so if you are either a threat, they're gonna try to tear you down, or they're gonna make fun of you for not being enough of a threat, because women are just evil in general. And so it's all either if you're the first boat, then you have to learn how to play the game. If you're in the second boat, it's a lesson to actually try to improve yourself. If you're somewhere in the middle, then well, there you go. So it's I don't really feel bad for this butch lesbian here, because everyone gets bullied. It's normal. It's just what happens, and clearly she wasn't bullied enough, because she's still a butch lesbian. And I don't want to hear about it. I agree, I was bullied as Sonic when I was young, and I'm glad I was, because I feel that would have been worse off if I wasn't bullied. I mean, being based on the Sonic fan, I'm gonna say yes. I do find it tragic when it's people's interests and hobbies, because, like, that's... I don't know, people, I'm an Epstein believer. I think you should let people enjoy things after all. So, if somebody likes Sonic, then they should like Sonic. They'll fucking stay away from the fandom, right? But maybe I'm probably biased there, because I was bullied for my interests as a kid, because I was a girl that liked Pokemon and Bakugan and Power Rangers and all these different things like that. I was in the case of the latter, where I wasn't feminine enough, and so I got bullied a lot for that case. And the boys didn't want anything to do with me because I was a girl, and the girls didn't want to do anything with me because I was too much like a boy. And for that stuff, so it is what it is. It is what it is. I didn't learn my lesson. I mean, I eventually did, but it was a hard way. So, but I'm kind of biased in that regard. So that's where I feel like it kind of gets a little bit too far. But then again, Sonic, though, that's the example you brought up. Maybe. Thank you, Kalergi, for the 500 rope tokens. Thank you. Mainstream media in 2026, the gender fluid in the dress was fleeing particularly feminine during the killing spree. Yes, we're going to ignore the dick flapping in the wind. And then thank you, LJ Saka, for the $2 reduce. For earlier. Sorry I missed this. but Target works. I think I understand the context of it, but I'm not gonna clarify it, because if I clarify that, then that's a problem. Uh, uh, and so here's some more pictures. As we can see, there's a bunch of pictures being thrown around here. Supposedly this is him. Not sure if that's true or not. This one says he's 17. Jesse String. It's not Jesse String. That's apparently the mother's last name. So since there's no father in the picture, probably a reason why this was the big thing that popped up for a lot of people. They're probably divorced. Though I do find it interesting, the nice little list that we have here. This is not even updated because we had a tranny shooter last summer. I know I covered it. I had to go look at my VODs. But you know, we got the Denver school shooter, tranny. Well, two of them were both trannies. Then we got our first fucking black tranny was the Aberdeen shooter. Our first female tranny, Nashville shooter. I remember this one. She's fucking insane. A Uvalde shooter. Trans, unconfirmed, but leftist. Georgia shooter, Colt Gray, tranny. Iowa shooter, gender fluid. Philadelphia shooter, tranny. Colorado Springs shooter, non-binary. Yeah. So, and there's been more since this little graphic that likes to get passed around every single time there's a train shooting that happens, because more keeps on happening. Now, there's also these photos that are being passed around of what the trainee looked like. They're funny, don't get me wrong, but these are not right. These are accurate here, for what he looks. There's unfortunately a picture of him when he was a kid. He does not look happy for celebrating his birthday. I know the cakes are not the best looking, but like still. He does not. I mean, I know he's a 13-year-old boy, and so he's probably going through issues, and I'm pretty sure the parents are divorcing. The father's never seen in the picture. But man, I don't know. Got a Zippo over there too. It just every time I see this picture of him, I maybe it's my woman stuff coming out here, my hormones, but I want to like make the kid happy. I want to give him a hug and like put a smile on his face and be like, it's gonna be okay, because seeing a kid look annoyed and upset on his birthday is such a tragedy. He's 13. Come on. And then he turns into this fucking monstrosity, and it's just like, fucking hell. Ugh. There. And people found supposedly his Reddit thread as well, which is funny because of the Matt Walsh thing. We'll get into the Matt Walsh here in a second, but supposedly it's supposed to be this Jesse boy. This and Just Ubu, supposedly. And with the trans flag, fucking Miku, obviously, a gun in the background. These are all, as far as I'm aware, not officially confirmed, though at least with the Reddit one, it's actually pretty accurate. And people have made a whole fucking thread about the different details for situation. So some of this is going to be a little bit repetitive, but we'll get into them here. So here's the Just Ubu with the she her pronouns. Okay, thank you for loading. His mom's Facebook. Just check out my oldest son Jesse String YouTube channel. He posts about hunting, self-reliance, guns, and stuff he likes to do. Subscribe and get notifications when we post new videos. Go on much other social media, so this is way sharing his life. Yeah, I don't think I don't think that his mom was really paying attention. So this was in 2021 this happened. The police say he became trans like what, 12? That was 6 years ago. This was 5 years ago. She was still calling him a her, like a him. So the timeline's not completely adding up here. But maybe this was like still relatively early on, before he was 12. Don't know his birth date here. And clearly she didn't know what other sites he was going on, seeing that he was, well, on Reddit. I've been pretty aimless, he posts. 6 months ago. Here before the account gets taken down. According to the Wayback Machine, he deleted all his videos between May and September 2025. Yeah, we have archives of them. Stain. There. Here's a video of him shooting a gun, supposedly, once again. A Desert Eagle. And it was posted to Trans Guns by his account. So it probably is him. If this Reddit account is accurate, is true. Actually him. Which it seems like it is, but all the evidence is pointing in that direction. Well, I'm not that surprised. Because once again, all these training shooters have connections to these gun groups. And once again, I'm a pro-gun person. But every single one is part of some like Trantifa terrorist cell where they purposely groom kids to be incoming trans and give them and help them support them with guns. Because they realize how effective they are and help them go crazy, and then they shoot up a school. Like the last trainee shooter was also part of a trainee gun group as well, and post about their guns a lot. So, and here's some other posts by supposedly him. Do I have a good build type for HRT? 15-year-old male to female. Genuine advice would be appreciated. Any advice is appreciated. Should I put on weight or anything and work out? Now, apparently the image has been deleted, but this is the archive of it. And this is the most damning of them all. His drug use. I mean, obviously him being trans is already fucking red flag in itself, right? But he asked, what's the danger of using 5-MeO-DMT alone? Genuinely don't know, not trying to die. Ironic seeing a few years later he does in fact die. I do N-DMT frequently and it seems to be completely safe for me. I'm on sertraline, 288 milligrams SSRI. I on rare occasion take 2 milligrams of risperidone for sleep purposes, antipsychotic. I also smoke a decent bit of weed. I complete mental break on 3 grams of painulous cynisicin shroomies. Oh. And when this happened, I was on fluoxetine 50 milligrams SSRI and quetiapine, unsure of dosage. Not able to have a sitter for every dose of DMT, but I am able to have a sitter occasionally. Would 5-MeO? I don't know what the fuck this means. I don't do drugs. Need a sitter? Would it interact differently with meds? And then the first comment says, you can't compare shrooms to DMT to LSD or anything in between are all different. I don't know any of these drugs. Because this is all like foreign language to me. The only one I recognize is weed and shrooms. I guess DMT, technically. But like, this guy is 15. If this is actually his real Reddit account, which once again, all the signs are pointing to a yes. This guy is 15, talking about taking a cocktail of drugs. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And he wants like seven drugs that he's been doing. Like, and he's 15 years old, and he's just fucking frying his brain with all these different drugs, and I don't even know what the hell they do. I mean, it's an SSRI, so it has. I mean, he's clearly fucked up. Like, nice of his moms for supporting his YouTube channel, as we saw earlier, though he shouldn't really be on the internet. But like, Jesus Christ, if your kid's that fucked up, he's on that many pharmaceutical drugs, ignoring the fucking weed, the shrooms, and the DMT. You failed as a parent. Like, 100% you fail as a parent if your kid's on that many SSRIs on 15. They're going through puberty. It's a well-known fact that kids get super depressed when they go through puberty in the modern age because they don't really know what they're doing with their lives. Their bodies are changing. There's a whole bunch of hormones surging. Like, this is just what happens with it. maybe I'm being a little bit too pretentious here because I was borderline suicidal when I was like 14 years old with all my life issues. But one of the main things that stopped me from doing anything about it was I knew it would be over because I was aware that this is what happens when you go in puberty. I would hear all these stories of all these people being super depressed when they're going through puberty, and wanting to kill themselves. All these other things are happening in their life, blah 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 blah. But they make it through, or they have their failed attempts and they survive. And by the time they're in their 20s, their life gets fucking better because they're an adult. They have control of it, of what they do. And so that was one of the two main reasons why I didn't do anything when I was 14, because I knew this happened. This is a well-known fact. This puberty just makes fucking kids depressed. Okay, especially in the modern world. Probably it's not so bad, a few hundred years ago when kids were actually raised to be adults and take over their father's business at 16 and all that fun stuff, but whatever. So you just ignore it. I don't want to say ignore it, right? Because you don't obviously want your kids reaching out to weed and shrooms and DMT. You don't actually want them to kill themselves. But you need to be aware of this factor or not hook them up with drugs that are going to fry their brain because they're going through puberty. I don't understand why that we as a society, I do know why. It's fucking because big pharma and the globalists and fucking tiny hats. But I don't know why normal fucking people who know about this, or at least should know about this, the bare minimum about what happens with puberty. It's like basic bitch biology 101 that if you have an IQ of 100 above, you should be able to understand that when you take a bunch of drugs, whether that be birth control, SSRIs, weed, alcohol, and anything that actually alters your brain chemistry, if you do it enough, and it doesn't even take a lot because you are going through puberty, because your body is so vulnerable to these changes because it's trying to adjust and turn you from a child to an adult. You are basically other than being a baby, actual fucking crawling on the ground toddler here, you are your most vulnerable for massive changes and life-changing, effects when you're going through puberty if you dare mess with this fucking shit. Which is why giving birth control to girls when they start their period at 14 is such a tragedy. And you don't think that has some sort of effect on a woman? Same thing with these SSRIs. Same thing with weed and alcohol. This is why we don't let teens drink. This is why weed is also illegal for kids too. Because we all know that these are mind-altering substances. That doesn't take a whole bunch to have some sort of effect on kids. So you keep them away from it. SSRIs are no fucking different. And if your kid's on it, you're a failure of a parent. I'm not sorry. And as chat is saying, because I've heard plenty of stories of shrooms and DMT too, but it also can one-shot your brain as an adult. I've heard of people having bad acid trips before. Even as adults. This stuff is dangerous. You should not be doing it. Alcohol is obviously dangerous. Everybody talks about alcoholics. Fuck, my mom died because she was an alcoholic, for fuck's sakes. Everybody knows that alcohol is dangerous. In this case. And drugs are no different, yet for some reason, society has accepted drugs a lot more, and I firmly fucking blame weed. I'll probably go on these rant a little bit more on Friday, because I have that whole New York Times weed article that I'm gonna read, because this thing pisses me off so much, with it. But, I hate drugs, and I hate alcohol in general, because I've seen first-hand experience with my own fucking mother, how it ruins people's lives. So yeah, I have a personal vendetta when it comes to this shit. And I don't get why people give drugs a pass when alcohol's fine. There's this whole dialogue with the whole weed conversation's been happening on Twitter the past day. Well, what about alcohol? Why are you criticizing weed when alcohol's even worse? Okay, well, both are bad. We shouldn't be accepting both when both have nasty fucking side effects that ruin your life in some way, shape, or form. Maybe weed doesn't fucking kill you like alcohol does, but it does fry your brain. SSRIs fry your brain. The whole fucking cocktail. It just pisses me off with people. This shouldn't be so socially accepted. That's probably also the SSRIs is all. Weed and SSRIs probably together is what's making drugs be so socially accepted. It shouldn't. Reject it. Yeah, here we are, 2026. Going nip. Yes, exactly. Fucking hell. Sorry, guys. This makes me mad. Obviously, it's a little bit more personal for me in this case. But it just, I don't, it's, I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. I'm all first straight edge VTuber. Maybe. I know, I'm sure there's probably others out there, but I basically saw my mom, and I saw my sister and her mistakes. I was like, yeah, I ain't gonna do that. Like, I come from a family of addicts. Like, my mom was bad, but, like, her dad was worse. On a multitude of levels. Like, my mom was just a severe alcoholic. And smoked, and would smoke on occasion. She would quit for a few years and go back and then smoke for a year and then quit again. But her dad was worse, holy fuck. Like, this man was an alcoholic, smoker, weed smoker, cocaine, prostitutes, gambling, had like 6 wives, had multiple children with all 6 wives. Like, he was the whole fucking factory of degeneracy that he did. And he skipped out of town when she was a young girl. No, he wasn't black. No, he was just a fucking piece of shit. Oh my god, I like how the first person is asked, was he black? No, he wasn't black. He was just a massive fucking piece of shit. So, it's completely understandable why my mom was so fucked up. Because she completely got screwed over in life because of how bad her father was. But because of this, and how bad he was, and how bad she was, and how bad my sister is, how bad my brother is in general, I try to be at least aware of how bad I am. Like, I definitely have a lot of traits, unfortunately, because of my mom. Like, my laziness is definitely a part of it. I have a picking addiction, but I try to avoid alcohol and all this fun stuff because what's the point? Like, why would I want to sacrifice myself and my future kids for this horrible I don't want to call it affliction. I don't want to call it a disease because to me it's more insidious than that. Like, when I have a family history of it, that sounds retarded. So, but god damn, was it GTA protagonist? No, he was a fucking piece of shit, and he was white. He is white. I have pictures to prove it. Like, he survived way too long. I was actually worried that because of how long he lived, I was like thinking my mom was gonna live forever too. Thankfully, she died early. But I was fully convinced based off how that man did literally everything under the sun and he managed to live way too fucking long that she would probably last long too, but thankfully she didn't. So worse than black, he was Irish. Yes. I actually don't know what his lineage is actually. I just know he's white. So. Thank you, Kalergi, for the $2 reduce. Thank you. The sneak addiction that got you all was the gotcha. That's why we gotta keep an eye on. Shit, you right. We don't bring that up. We don't talk about. I rather talk about my picking addiction over my gotcha addiction. Did I miss something? My Discord is fucking wigged out. Okay, that's cool. No, now my kick's wigging out. Oh, hello, daddy. Okay, Canis Lopus Mechanus, thank you for the 9 months subby bubby celebration. Thank you. Thank you for being around so long. I really appreciate it, my dude, especially since, fuck Twitch. Okay. Picking addiction? Yeah, so, like, I like to pick my nails, my toenails, scabs, that kind of stuff. I need to, like, be picking something at all times. It's like one of those, like, uh one of those kind of quirks. You know how like some people just like can't sit still? I mean, I guess I do that too actually. I'm usually like always moving my foot. Even when I'm like laying down, unless I'm actually sleeping, I'm usually like moving my foot or something like that. Like a tick, I guess, kind of way. Like I just yeah, I'm always like picking something here. And let me just tell you, when you're a woman, it's not exactly a good addiction to have because it leaves scars. But oh well. It is what it is. Anyway, let's talk about the tranny again. Because he is apparently he went crazy and burnt down their house. The second time trying shrooms, but still have the desire to try alternatives. Hi, I'm gonna keep this brief. It's 4 a.m. Got out of the psych ward like a month ago and now I'm here. I'm not schizophrenic, unlikely to be bipolar, diagnosed with ADHD, MDD, ASD, and OCD. What the fuck's like both multi? What does MDD stand for? And is like ASD stand for like autism spectrum disorder? I'm assuming. What is up? MD. Major depressive disorder. Oh, depression. Okay, he's trying to sound cool and shit by trying to say he's got depression. Wow. Welcome to the club, buddy. Join the millions of us that are terminally online. I mean, the fact that he was in the fucking psych ward. He was in the psych ward when he was 15. Has done all these fucking drugs. Wants to try more of them. Somehow had access to a gun. Like, once again, I am very pro-gun. But I am so pro-gun that I recognize that some people shouldn't have guns. And that's trannies. We should have common sense troon laws. And if you've been to, like, I've heard that he stole it from his mom. But seriously, like, once again, like, this mom sounds like such a fucking piece of shit. No father in that picture. Affirmed him. All these fucking drugs. And had access to a gun somewhere. Like, no, you don't give a fucking schizophrenic like, I know he's not actually technically schizophrenic, but he's fucking insane enough to be, basically, a gun. You don't let them have access to it. You lock it up in a gun safe and you change the code every fucking week. Like, my god. I tried shrooms once of a small unmeasured dose and it was chill. The second time I tried, I took 3 grams of blue meat, ground up into some peanut butter, and had a complete break from reality and did a lot of irrational things. I felt like I was dreaming. Any consequences ensued. He should have been... Why did he even leave the psych ward? He should be stuck there permanently. Like, I'm not exactly a fan of, like, permanent patients, government having permanent control over people, but listen, I've had a... Sometimes it's justified, okay? Sometimes you need to put the boot on their neck, and this is one of those cases. You burnt down your house on shrooms? This is what? What's even blue meanie? Ow. Fuck. I'm gesticulating so much that I fucking rammed my finger into the table. Speaking of picking, I picked off the nail a lot, so it's sensitive. Now thinking about the extreme harm reduction measures, considering restraint and low doses of DMT to test the waters and whether I remain safe or not. Dude, you're fucked. You're fucked, my dude. Like, you are a complete lost cause. Complete lost cause. If you had a mental break from, which I've heard they're really dangerous. I don't know what the fuck a blue meaning is. Probably sounds bad and stuff like that. You're 15 years old. You've been to the psych ward. You're doing all these drugs and you're still trying to do more. And where is the mom? Now thinking about extreme harm reduction measures. I read this. I feel like it is the perfect choice as it doesn't last long. Consider can for sure watch me as I'm unable to escape their sight. I probably won't have the energy. Okay, if you go in a fucking, like, complete break from reality again, you want, what if you do if you fist fight them? Like, you're, what, I don't know, kinda high right now. I hate drugs. I hate drugs so fucking much. I hate drugs so fucking much. Okay, listen. I'm not a big fan of government control, but you know what? As the older I fucking get, the more I want to ban drugs. Like, I don't like it. Typing out some stuff. Please give input. Anything helps. Just wanting to go all on the harm reduction for my. Maybe don't fucking do drugs in the first place. Keep in mind, this absolute buffoon, absolute fucking shit show of a human being, this cocktail of drugs, probably has more drugs in his system than just fucking brain cells and red blood cells combined. Is the one that fucking shot up a school, who and burnt down his house, and no red flags. Oh. Let's see. Somebody responded, thank God, telling them not to do it. Isn't it compatible with safely using these? I recommend further. I can't really because of this stuff. If someone learns they lose control when they drink, causing those or others, drinks are not for everyone. Our brains all work differently. I'm recognizing that. No, all our brains work pretty much relatively the same. If you're, well, okay, it depends on your race. There's going to be differences in race, right? But when it comes to other whites, they're relatively the same. Obviously, people are going to have different tolerances and depending on your mental state in general, that affects it. Because I've heard that your mental state for doing, I think, shroom really matters if you have like a batch, or maybe it's acid in general. It affects your state. So there are going to be those factors at hand. But if you take drugs enough, you're going to have a bad fucking trip and you're going to have a mental break eventually. Eventually. Some people just happen sooner than others, and seeing how many drugs that he's already on in the beginning, like, no wonder. Have you considered not taking drugs and seeking professional help? I've undergone every single procedure / treatment they have, ECT, meds, all of it. The next step is ketamine if I don't stabilize on a professional. How about working out, getting a life purpose, getting away from your goddamn mom, stop being a troon, get off the internet, and touch some grass. Maybe change how you eat. It's Canada, so I think the food there is a little bit better than the States. Not as good as Europe is, but still. But oh my god. His excuse. Oh, the big pharma medical system wasn't able to help me, so I'm doing alternative drugs. How about just be a normal human being and don't do drugs, whether they're natural, quote unquote, or pharmaceutical? It's not everybody is different. Is this drug will fuck you up to a varying degree to the next person? Yes, exactly that. Don't do drugs, kids. Not even a fucking joke. Just don't fucking do drugs. Like, I don't know what I'm gonna do if my kids do drugs. I'll be completely honest, because I know if I go too hard on the issue, they're gonna do it anyways, because they're gonna want to rebel, and that's a lot of like teenage shit that happens, right? But I also don't want to be like super loose and be like the cool mom, because I don't want to condone this either. And horror stories of my childhood is not gonna exactly work because it's secondhand and not actually directly from it. Because not gonna become an alcoholic and a druggie just to fucking one shot my kid to stay away from it. In that case, but I don't know what I want him to do. This is one of the other reasons why I hate the whole drug culture, in general. Is how normalized it is. Is like how I'm gonna protect my kid away from this. Like I can try my best to raise them. I'll get them off the internet. I'll homeschool them. You know, I'll try to be a stay-at-home mom as best as possible. You know, obviously financials come into a play, but still. But even then, if they're like, send them the homeschool groups. And hopefully the homeschool groups have better quality of kids in general. But I still know that once they hit 6, get a car, and either hopefully they don't go to college, but or wherever they go in life, if they hear seeing how normalized this is, they'll hear from people that they missed out on something, and they'll be like, okay, then I want to try it, because unfortunately that's how a lot of people work, right? Peer pressure, you feel like you missed out. That kind of deal. And then just, it is what it is. And it's like, great. I fucking hate this. I hate it so fucking much. I'm not allergic to poison ivy or poison oak, nearly anything, but I'm allergic to pot. Well, good. Stay away from. I have to tell them horror stories about drugs. I mean, I want to, but I also don't want to push them too far, or where they try it anyways, just to see if I'm just fear mongering and scaring them for no. Like, I don't know, cause like, I guess it depends on the kid too, because when I was a kid, I would hear all these stories from people and be like, okay, then I'm not gonna take it. But I also had first-hand experience with my mom being an alcoholic to help back that up too. I was always somebody who liked learning from listening to people, as much as possible. Like that's how, even though it was on Tumblr, I would hear all these stories from all these girls complaining about the hormonal birth control and how it fucks you up. I would hear from my sister about how it fucks you up. So I was like, okay, like when I get on birth control, I'm going to research and figure out a non-hormonal birth control method. I found the copper IUD, and it's not 100% perfect for both side effects and obviously pregnancy prevention, but it's a million times better than hormonal birth control is. I did the same thing with drugs. I did the same thing with like when I eventually finally was like, man, I want to get a boyfriend. I did the same thing. I learned how to feminize myself to be able to get a boyfriend eventually. Like, you just, I don't know. As a kid, I always like learning and to like listening to people and learning from their mistakes. And I don't want to say I'm not like other girls in these regards, because it's going to come off that way. I don't want to be pretentious, but I look around me. I look at all these people making mistakes. Like this kid, for example, fucking 15 when he's talking about this stuff. You don't hear about these stories at all? When you're in a fucking druggy zone, like in silo on the internet, maybe it's just overwhelmed by the happy stories. But like, I don't know. Like I just look at everybody around me and they don't really learn from other people's mistakes. I don't understand that, and I don't want my kid to be like that. Like that legitimately terrifies me. I've had this thought process. I've had this fear in my mind for years now. Ever since I was like, yeah, I actually want kids. How do I want to raise them? Oh fuck, how do I raise them? Because I don't like it. So, the best way to avoid kids with drugs is to not give them a reason to go towards it. Kids are going to be experimental, but be there for them. That's what I've learned from watching people. I guess, because like that really seems to be the case. Because the thing is, this goes back to the whole infantilization of society. Where it wasn't that long ago where 16-year-olds would go and die in war. Right? It wasn't that long ago that 16-year-olds would take over their parents' businesses or their father's businesses, for example. It wasn't that long ago that 16-year-olds were married off and becoming mothers. This was actually the cultural norm about 100 to 200 years ago, and well, until relatively recently. And then over the past, let's say, 100 years, there has been this mass fucking campaign to make kids as last as possible. And I try to use psychology as the example of it. Oh, well, brains don't develop till they're 25. Okay, well, I don't fucking care. Like, I feel like that's just an excuse. Because everything else about proper society until 100 fucking years ago relied on teens for fulfilling the shoes of their parents. Maybe they didn't have complete role, but now we see these days where, okay, 18 is the legal age, at least, and once again, I'm coming from the American's perspective here. So you got 16 for age of consent as a general consensus, 18 for be legally an adult. You get your driver's license when you're 16. You have to be 21 to smoke and drink, but you can be 18 to go dine a floor. You have to be like 25 to rent a car. In that case. Like, the rules and regulations for ages are all over the place. And they're trying to make, even though we have these rules and regulations for up to like 21 here, they're trying to make kids vote at 16. And it's just, there's no actual true standard here, which there needs to be. And on top of that, they keep on pushing to make the age higher and higher. Like the whole smoking, the vaping thing was I believe it was actually under Trump's first term that he made that 21. And that pissed me off because I was like, that's fucking retarded. If you're illegally an adult at 18, then you should be able to smoke even if I don't like it. And you see these feminists on Twitter, you see this woman on Twitter crying when a 20-year-old, when a 20-year-old and a 28-year-old start dating. Oh, but she's still a child. He's grooming her. And then you hear about like, or that story that we read last Saturday, where that 28-year-old teacher dated the 18-year-old, and while it was a little bit on the iffy side for technicalities for different things, she was still legally an adult. She was graduated when they officially started their relationship. Though it's obviously hinted that they were interested in each other before she graduated, but he wasn't even her teacher. He was a 6th grade teacher. And then he's arrested and he's gonna be his life ruined for like 20 fucking years now for that shit. Like, can we stop with this? Like, I'm all for double standards when it comes to men and women, but when it comes to age, there's like, for the whole entire of human civilization, 16, like, you were at least working to become an adult when you were 16 in some sort of regard here. But instead, we must put the gloves on and be ooh woo, these poor creatures, and try to pitify them even more. I forget even what I even got on this for the age thing. I completely forget what made me go on this fucking tangent about something. Here. I don't know. Maybe it's because of the like how how kids are raised these days. I think that was it. How is it? Because they're not actually treated as adults. Which, in a way, you shouldn't treat them as adults. There's a whole part about puberty is a slow transition to prepare them for being adults. So if 18 is a legal age, then like by 14, at the bare minimum, because like your kids should be doing chores. Your 8-year-old can do chores with you. They can vacuum the house. They can fold laundry. They can work in the garden. Like, you can give them chores and responsibilities to help them grow and raise. And when they get, like, let's say 14 or at least get into high school, then you give them a little more freedom. You know, still be careful with the things of the internet there, but you slowly give them more responsibility, more adult responsibilities, but at the same time more freedom to make their own choices, so when they're 18, they're relatively prepared to be on their own. I don't know why this is a hard concept here. Like, it's just, ugh. But we got way off topic from the tranny shooter, so I am upsetty at the moment. Did I miss chat? Oh, I did miss super chat. My apologies. I'm sorry about that. Thank you, Shades Dude, for the $2 reduce. Thank you. Bakugan, the game with heavy balls, cool ones. Yes. Yes, I fucking love Bakugan, even though I had no clue how to play it, because I didn't have any friends that know how to play it. I just really like the cool dragons. You roll the balls out, and the little magnetic piece on it makes them pop out, and makes some cool little dragon thingies. I mean, other monsters, too. But yeah, that was fantastic. Okay, let me double check. That's some written assistant. Okay. Oh, it refreshed. Why are you gay? I had a tab and it refreshed. Yeah, so it's deleted? Okay. Well, I don't remember what that tab was supposed to be. So, my apologies about that. But here is more proof about the mom affirming Annie here. On her Instagram. 2024 here. Good people don't spend their time harassing marginalized communities. The rainbow flag with the shit colors and the grannies, of course, of course.
Is it the
Facts.
Jews?
As
Is
a
it- is it the
conservative leaning
Jews?
libertarian
I'm assuming it's always
who
the
lives
Jews.
in the north and loves living in a small town, I really hope the hate I see online toward old people, not true hated. Oh honey. Oh honey. I do better and educate yourself before spewing bullshit online. Makes you look dumb. Evolve. I normally don't say anything, and I normally don't go on shitbook the keyboard warriors, and I know I can't control everything or shield my kids from everything. That is so fucking rich. Holy shit. So he was like what? If he was 15 in 2023 with the Reddit threads, then he was 16 in 2024 with his post, right? That is absolutely insane. I can't shield my kid against everything. No, you can't. But you can shield your kid against most things. And you fucking fail as a goddamn parent to let your kid be on the cocktail of drugs, burn down the fucking house while doing rooms, and letting him become a tranny. No, he fucking shot up a school, and oh, actually, she's dead. I keep forgetting that she died. I'm so like honed in on how much of a failure of a parent she is. I forgot she died, which is kind of bad because like she shouldn't have died. Like, I mean, she's a piece of fucking shit parent clearly, but like the death is still tragic. To the fact that your own son fucking shot you after you went this far to help, you know, I don't know, affirm him at least. But fucking hell. Oh shit, thank you, Zay, for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you had a good mods, if you could shout her out, that would be greatly appreciated. Well, chat, thank you. And thank you once again, Zay, for this stream. We're talking about the tranny shooting that happened in Canada yesterday here. And the mom's unfortunately dead, but at the same time, she's a god-awful parent. And, well, I guess I kind of feel bad because, like, there should be at least some respect for the dead. And I'm just kind of, like, going ham on her. Oh, fuck me, man. I'm a horrible person. We watch Space King? Oh, hell yeah. Space King is great. No girls allowed, though, so, we're both gonna get kicked out together. I hope you're well. Well, thank you. I'm doing well. I'm pissed off at stupidity, but I'm doing well. Hope you're doing well, too. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you, mods, for shouting her out. Hell yeah. Why do we care about Canada? Because of the tranny shooting. That's why. Another tranny has hit the towers. I think the only reason why it hasn't happened in the UK is because they do have such strict gun laws there, even more so than Canada, and they have knives. And the Muslim gangs instead. So... I haven't heard any stories about trannies absolutely getting their brains fried over there just yet. But then again, it is Turf Island. But it's just a matter of time, because all these tranny shootings have been happening in the United States. It's the first one happening in Canada, as far as I'm aware. So, it's spreading. A true shooting in school in the country with strict gun control laws. Yes. More reason that gun control laws don't fucking work. You don't do generalized gun control laws. You do gun control laws for certain groups. Trans, blacks, and that's it. Like, there we go. If we had common sense gun control laws, like true common sense gun control laws based off statistics, the shootings were going down immensely. If trannies and blacks weren't able to get the guns. Now, it wouldn't solve everything, obviously, but it would solve a significant portion of them. So, Oh, I never finished your paragraph because I realized I was kind of being a piece of shit. But please, for the love of fuck, can you get your shit together so we don't have to bring our kids up in a world full of hatred? No, we need more hatred. Hatred is a good thing. You should act like I'm not even saying that sarcastically. You really should channel your hatred. You don't want to be consumed by it and go in a full blinding rage. But actually channeling your hatred and that as motivation for something good is important. Just like I said earlier about bullying being good. Like, it's basically the same concept there. You're using that as fuel for your fire. You know? We like to get mad as hell here. Do you have any idea how many kids are killing themselves over this kind of hate? Please stop the bullshit. Well, 41% is now 42% for a reason. And they're not killing themselves because of bullying. They're killing themselves because they are mentally fucked up by default, and that's why they turn to be trans. Like, it's that simple. Fucking. Okay. It's almost 11 o'clock. I'm gonna take a quick pee break. There's technically a little bit more to the Canadian thing. Like, they're trying to push more gun laws again. What a shock. Like, not like the strict gun laws that they already have already didn't completely prevent this from happening in the first place. But I'm getting tired of ranking and Canada. So we're gonna move on. God fucking damn it. I don't know what the hell happened, but my Twitter kicked me out earlier, and a lot of my tabs reloaded. Anyway, but we're gonna be talking about the going back to America and save and Rhino. But first off, I need a pee. I'm back. So, refocus over to America because we like freedom and burgers and, well, I was gonna say guns, but here, So the House has passed the Save America Act and a voter ID and citizenship requirements for federal elections. Now after it's been passed by the House, is going to be going to the Senate here soon, to get voted on to see if it passes. The reason why this is important is for a couple reasons. So, as of now, every state has their own regulation for how they do, like, how they handle elections. And, of course, blue states usually have very little to no, voter ID requirements. And in fact, with the whole Somalian scandal that came out, back in early January this year, thanks to Nick Shirley's video, it was found out that in Minnesota, you can sponsor 8 people. So you yourself an ID. But you can sponsor 8 people and vouch for them, and they can vote. And they don't have to show proof of citizenship. Which obviously causes a bunch of mass-scale voter fraud there. Not exactly the best when you're trying to have, free and fair elections. Now, I don't really like democracy. I think it's a fucking scam. I don't really think we have any good alternatives at the moment, to be fair, though, but at least I don't like democracy. And I know we're never going to actually have true, free and fair elections. I mean, all in 2020 what happened there. But I at least think there should be... You should have voter ID. Like, you should show something like, hey, I am who I am. I actually am a U.S. citizen. I'm going to be voting in the U.S. fucking elections. I want to get rid of dual citizenship, too, to be fair. But at least, like, the fact they are a U.S. citizen, and the fact that there are blue states out there that have little to no requirements for this stuff, and even allow that shit to happen in the first place, it's just insane to me. Of course, they do it on purpose, because the whole point is to commit voter fraud. But I totally support a bill on the federal level, because I'm not a libertarian, right? Well, I'm not a big fan of the government. 30 on 30. I recognize you do need government to handle certain issues, and you do need a strong leader to do so. And that includes, in this case, having a universal agreement on what counts as for U.S. citizenship and voting, when it comes to federal elections especially. Deporting illegals that are not here. Trannies, apparently, since they're a blight upon society. And demographics. So there are different aspects of the things where the federal government does need to come in and have a play, because that's how functional society works. Like, anarchy doesn't really work out well in the end. For an actual, like, especially, at least in the modern world. It'd be better if these things were like 1,000 years ago, but not in the modern world. So, sounds nice on paper, doesn't really work out in reality. Eventually, it will go too far. Eventually, it gets overrun by corrupt politicians and pedophiles, as we can already see. But no empire is permanent. It all falls in the end. So, the only thing we can do is advocate for a better system for our lifetime and for our children, for our grandchildren. And then it's up to our grandchildren to keep advocating, trying to make the best for their children. So, yeah. Yeah, that's the... that's the best that we can really do. Yeah. But as for the actual details of the SAVE Act, it's actually called Safeguard American Voter Eligibility. The bill requires individuals to provide documentary proof of U.S. citizenship when registering to vote in federal elections. Specifically, the bill prohibits states from accepting and processing an application to register to vote in a federal election unless the applicant presents documentary proof of U.S. citizenship. This bill specifies what documents are considered acceptable proof of U.S. citizenship, as well as identification that complies with the Real ID Act of 2005 that indicates U.S. citizenship. Further, the bill 1 prohibits states from registering an individual to vote in a federal election unless, at the time an individual applies to register a vote, the individual provides documentary proof of U.S. citizenship. And 2 requires states to establish an alternative process on which other evidence to demonstrate U.S. citizenship. I guess it depends on what the other, like, alternate process is in this case. But it sounds pretty basic. Like, obviously you can use your driver's license, but, like, the passport's another thing you can use. Like, one of those kind of deals. Each state must take affirmative steps on an ongoing basis to ensure only U.S. citizens are registered to vote. which shall include establishing a program to identify individuals who are not U.S. citizens, information supplied by certain sources. Additionally, states must remove non-citizens from their official list of eligible voters. The bill allows for a private right of action. Election official who registers an applicant to vote in a federal election who fails to present documentary proof of U.S. citizenship. The bill establishes criminal penalties for certain offenses, including registering an applicant to vote in a federal election who fails to present documentary proof of U.S. citizenship. So basically, this is just basic common sense for how voter laws should be. Like, based off the summary, it's pretty simplistic. Now, and important to keep in mind how Congress works is like they like to have multiple different bills that they put all together, and then so they have something that sounds really good, like the SAVE Act, and then they have like a whole bunch, and then they have like 10 other bills that fund fucking children transitioning in Africa and horse cock supplements and everything. Granted, those examples were under Biden, but still. So, like, this is basic bitch common sense. Every single country has this kind of, like, requirement for voting. Like, but of course, you know, people aren't happy about this, including Thomas Massie, who claims to be a Republican. Every Republican in the House voted in favor of the Save America Act, with the exception of Thomas Massie. Massie claims to be about principle, but he's actively trying to help the Dems continue to cheat in elections. He is a dumb. Massie's a traitor to the American people. And I'll be honest, I like Massie in the sense that, like, for the principles for different things, because he's like one of the few that does vote against these massive fucking bills that have all these random fucking bullshit in them, even if they have some good parts in it too. Because to a certain extent, I guess it depends on a case by case basis, but some of these times that the bad shit is worse than the good shit, they'll let it pass. And he said everything sounds nice in principle once again, but other times it really feels like he just grandstands a lot. He tries to be like, he tries to virtue signal and make himself sound like he's some sort of savior for everything. And this bill almost didn't get passed because of him. Every single Republican voted yes except for him, versus every single Democrat voted no. Well, I guess there's two people that didn't, there's one Republican that didn't vote, technically, right? So the total vote was 216 to 215. So, like, this was such a close call for basic bitch requirements for voting. You just need to show that you're an actual citizen of the fucking country here. And I just, like I said, sometimes Massie's got some good points, some here and there. I don't actually hate him. I know there's a lot of people on the right that strongly dislike him, and I understand why they don't. But there's times like, but like, why? This is retarded here. Like, so, though honestly, to be fair, I should have grabbed this, and this is my fault for not doing so bear with me, chat. I can, what Massie actually says on Twitter. I don't know why I didn't actually grab what he said on Twitter here. I grabbed a bunch of other things about the SAVE Act, except for what he says, so that's my bad here. Bear with me, I'm trying to read. Okay, so supposedly, the false rumor that he voted against the SAVE Act today. I voted against a rule that allows to get a vote, but the rule also suspends the House rules and also allows spending bills to come to the floor with no 24-hour notice. Interesting. It's not a bill's modification of House rules. Okay. Well then, if that's actually true, then this is where one of those cases where I actually do agree with Massey here, because how Congress handles the bills is absolutely retarded. Like I said, they have these massive bills with a billion different things in them, and allowing spending bills to come to the floor with no 24-hour notice, so they can't actually read the bills to figure out what they're voting for, is so dumb. Like, I don't. Maybe I'm coming from the wrong position here because I don't know what it's actually like in Congress, but at the same time, these are corrupt fucking politicians. But it's like, why don't we have all these really tiny bills that are like 2 pages long, maybe 3 pages, and you have a bunch of them, but you can eat them piecemeal, right? So you give them like a week beforehand, and you have like, let's say 50 of them. They're each like 2 to 3 pages long, and it actually allows them to read before they actually go vote. Like, I feel like that'd be the best solution. Also, why are constantly I get they have a job they have to do, and they have to justify why they exist. But, like, why do they constantly have to vote for different shit, too? I feel like every few months, there's always these new things that they're trying to vote for and pass, like, spending-wise. And other regulatory purposes. Like, the SAVE Act makes sense, right? Because the fact that we don't have a standard issue federal set of things for voting is retarded. That's something worth doing. But, like, other random stuff, too, not so much here. Like, I maybe I just don't fully understand it, but it just doesn't make sense to me. But how else will we sneak a lot of bullshit? True. Has it passed in the Senate? Does it have a chance to? I don't believe it's passed in the Senate yet. It's going to the Senate here, but it just passed the House today. So, you know, sorry Thomas Massey for slandering you for 5 minutes. My bad. Should have got your Twitter page up. I even thought about getting his Twitter page up before stream started. I forgot. So my bad. My apologies about that. But still, he's like I said, I agree with him on a lot of stuff, but some things he just needs to calm down on. He's too spiteful of trying to be a contrarian for other things. And then here we got Speaker Mike Johnson talking about supporting this. Other poll shows 80-90% of Americans support proof of citizenship and voter ID to vote in American elections. This is common sense. ID the drive, to open a bank account, to buy cold medicine. Need to buy cold medicine? Sorry, I might be out of the loop here, but I just buy the cold medicine from the store. Do I still live in a high enough trust enclave of society here that I don't have to worry about it? Okay, anyways. To get government benefits, to even get into the Democrat National Convention. Voting shouldn't be any different. The integrity of American elections is essential. Only our citizens must decide in them. End of story. Yes, you need an ID for over-the-counter drugs? You do? You can tell how much I use them, I guess. So... Unless I had to print some ID to get some freaking NyQuil, you're serious? Like, I know you can get drunk and high, or one of the two, from cough medicine, because I remember reading One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and they had a scene about that. But... And that's when I learned it was. But I figured it was one of those cases where it's just one of those oldie things where, you know, they had to like put cocaine and Coca-Cola, right? Or like women's makeup used to have some like carcinogens in it and make your face like green and shit. I kind of figured it was like one of those cases with the cough medicine where they had like too much of whatever drug that was in it. And that's why people could just drink shit tons of it and get high. At least back then. I was like, it's cough medicine. What are we doing? What? Okay, sorry, I'm confused about the fucking retardation. This is what goes back to, okay, you know my little rant I had earlier about the infantilization of society and not having a solid age for adults to be adults. Cough medicine's like one of those things too, I feel like. But okay then. Okay then. But I'm more. Then again, I use like NyQuil as well. So if I'm get really sick, even though I'm like a homeopath and I like arnica and all that fucking shit, if I get really fucking sick, the autism drugs come out. I'm sorry. That's NyQuil. NyQuil works amazing wonders. Let me tell you. But of course, the Democrats are heavily against it, seeing that 215 of them voted against it too. But I'm voting no on the Save that because it will require proof of citizenship at pro sites like a passport, birth certificate, documents millions of Americans don't carry with them. This is what? Okay, people don't carry their passport, birth certificate, yeah, but they carry their driver's license. Everyone should have their driver's license on them whenever they travel. Because you never know if you're speeding and if you're gonna get pulled over by the cops, or you might get into an accident because an Indian's driving. And they need to ID you. Like, you should have they should have your driver's license on you literally every single time. Like, at home, you can put it off onto the table or wherever the case that you put it. But as soon as you leave the house, you should have it in your wallet. This is, like, normal stuff. Okay? The only people who are probably not actually having a driver's license are illegals, because they don't actually have an actual form of ID to prove that they're U.S. citizenships. Or they're black, and they just don't care about the rules because they're black. Charge Americans up to $130 to obtain paperwork. Okay, so in this case, she's once again referencing passports. Like, I don't know, like, what the cost is exactly for, like, a driver's license. I don't know exactly the cost for a birth certificate or a passport either. But I do know passports are more expensive to get just because it's, like, a luxury. And the federal government's more, like, involved and all that fun stuff. So that's what she has to say, up to $130. She doesn't say they actually are charging Americans up to, because that's one of the things that you can use to prove, yes, their citizenship. But that's not how much it costs for a driver's license. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty fucking sure it doesn't cost $130 to get your driver's license. Also, I don't know, maybe we're in California, because everything's expensive in California. Like, target women whose names don't match their birth certificates, seniors, military families, and rural voters, disenfranchising millions. Of course, you have to use the woman rule first. Okay, so you should change you can change your last name. I've heard it's kind of a pain in the ass, but you should do that if you get married. And it's not that big of a deal. Seniors, military families, rural voters, what do you mean? Like, all of them have normal fucking names. Like, they don't... all this is just a bunch of straw man. Cost $19 billion nationwide. How? To have a scanner system to say, like, yes, this is your ID, this is who you truly are? That's it? Like, granted, I'm not exactly a big fan of government spending, but if $19 billion nationwide to make sure actual U.S. citizens are voting, then yeah, fuck it, it's worth it. But there are some things that are actually worth the cost of my taxes, like roads. Making voting harder on purpose and intimidate those newly naturalized. Well, that's kind of the point. We need to get rid of the newly naturalized. And I don't want them voting in my election. If they're a foreigner, you should get the fuck out of here. Like, all these things sound like good things to me, but she's trying to be like, oh, this is so scary. Making these big fucking straw mans that can be easily lit on fire. Fucking making an effigy while you're at it. Like, my god, this is so retarded. It's not election security. That's voter suppression and erosion of our democracy. Having actual real people that are real citizens vote is not voter suppression. What is voter suppression is allowing third world hordes of people to come in and vote for our election. That's real voter suppression. That's real erosion of democracy. Because you're letting foreigners have a say over the true people. They should go back to their countries. Now, of course, This is all on the lines of democracy is a good thing. I'm not a fan of democracy myself. I know voting is faking gay. But if we're going to be faking gay, can we actually be like true, real cells of faking gay here? Like, can we actually have some basic laws and then we can do all the crazy, like, stupid shit election fraud wise? We can still use the Dominion machines instead of pottery shards if you want. Like, come on here. Come on. It cost me $20 to get an ID and about $50 to get a copy of my birth certificate. It's not hard. My state also requires ID and it's a very painless process to use it. Yeah. Like, it's not that difficult at all. Like, wow. The only ones that are not doing it are blacks because they don't follow the laws by default, and the third world hordes that also shouldn't be here in the first place and don't follow the rules because they're illegal in the first place. And the worst part is, when it comes to the illegals, you have to be careful about the ones that are even legal in the first place. A lot of them come from scams too. Like, a lot of them steal social security numbers, and use that for their proof of citizenship and IDs of different people. A lot of them have a sponsor system where they come in through like the green card visa, right? Or the H-1B visa. Or other visas just in general because we have way too fucking many of them. And then they get naturalized, get their citizenship, and then they can bring in their families through that way. And they, like, actually, the other night we actually watched the Indian man talk about how they bring in their whole families too, and he's proud of it. Like, and they do that over and over and over again. So even the legal ones, you have to be careful for, because they've scammed the system because of the loopholes, or the fact that people just don't care. They all need to go. Once again, if we're going to have voting, we need strict rules and regulations on voting. Obviously, we need ID. Right? Bare minimum is ID. But can we have white, straight males that are married with at least one kid? Please. Please be the standard. And get rid of women voting altogether. I beg you. The man represents the household. That simple. But Eldrick Saga, thank you for the $5 reduce. Thank you. Prompt to simplify democracy. You're an elected politician. Check with APAC for talking points. Repeat, collect the money. Yep. At least that's what happens on the Republican side of things. Democrats have George Soros that they go with their beck and call. Thank you, Massive Doge, for the $4.20. Hey yo, speaking of weed, we smoke weed with 420 blaze it. Shit. Too much Benadryl, you'll get a visit from the Hat Man. I don't know who the Hat Man is off the top of my head. I'm sorry, I don't get your rough ones. I'm retarded. Literally the only real explanation is that it makes cheating harder. Yeah, I am aware. But instead they're gonna keep on pushing their narrative like this. So it is what it is. It is what it is. I mean, it's not what it is. It's just them being fucking retarded. Let me see here. I know I missed some Jews. I know I missed Mossad funding me. Speaking of George Soros here and Epstein, like, oh shit. Sorry. I look over to the side here. Oh, is that why Twitter didn't like me? Oh, okay. That's why. Sorry, chat. I'll get to your super chats in a second. I look over and I got reported on Twitter. Oh well. What a shock. I'm not that surprised. I have been flying close to the sun the past few days. I've been trying to tweet more. You should be proud of me. Oh well. Okay, that makes sense here. Finally, they shut down the hate. Fuck. It might be because I said the N-word about the Super Bowl. Just maybe. Just maybe. Is that a Morse code? I'm all good to this Twitter naughty corner, but I don't wanna. But I don't wanna here. Okay, can I? I'm curious. Can I still like access file and stuff like that? Kind of. Okay. Let's. I mean, it looks like everything's relatively fine. Just that post got a little bit uppity. Just got people a little bit uppity there. That's all. Is it still there? Probably. I tweeted. Okay, it's just the visibility limited. Okay, so that's why everything's relatively okay. Well, is what it is. I can't show the tweet on stream because that's the N-word. But, oh well. Speaking of N-words, fun fact. I'll be doing the Rumble only stream to play Reloaded, the game about Africans stealing. Yes, black people are stealing. It's literally the game. I'll be doing that a Rumble only stream this Saturday. That's the plan at least. Unless some major news happens. Or tranny occurs. So yeah. There's gonna be there's a little bit of N-was flying there. Fuck. Okay. Thank you, Clarky, for the $5 videos. Thank you. No, most because the blacks don't know what a computer is. How are they supposed to know what voter registration is if they're still learning computers? Stop with the hate and no more shit book. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. I forgot that the wise man Biden said that they don't know what a computer is and how to work a computer or how to go to a library. So how could I forget my favorite president? So and then thank you, Jay from Subway, for the $5 reviews. Thank you. Being hard on her, she got what. Oh, I'm not gonna say that. About the mom. Like, that's. Maybe I'm being a woman, okay? I'm probably being a woman, but I feel like it's a little bit too far. Like, trust me, I think she's a fucking shitty mom. But, yeah. So, okay. Also, thank you, Eldrick Saga, as well. Your message is private, and that kind of deal. So I'm respecting your wishes. But thank you. I do really appreciate it. You are very generous and kind. So thank you for that. But I think I try not to address your message because it is private, but at the same time I do want to thank you. So I'm trying to like tiptoe over that. So but thank you regardless. That's very, very kind of you. You guys are very nice to me. Okay. Base Biden. I mean, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. I mean, Biden did have his moments. That's true. But he was, and I kind of, once again, maybe I'm being a woman. But I kind of feel bad for him because he is an old man, right? Like he's been a lifelong Democrat, like a career politician, advocated for horrendous policies is literally his entire life. But it was very clear during his administration that he was not there at all. Not there. Completely voided mentally. And I do kind of feel bad that he was just kind of dragged along and puppeted around. Like, obviously he wasn't really the one who pulling this thing. The auto pen thing is fucking hilarious and sad at the same time, because that's literally how our country was run for 4 years. But he's still an old, like, I don't know, like when it's not the fact that he's an old man. It's specifically that he was so far God mentally that he was more or less reverted to a child. And so therefore he's taken care of, right? Like he's not aware of what he's doing. He's not aware of what he's saying. He's not aware of where he's even at locally, right? He has to be taken care of 24/7 to be able to like function different, and to be reduced to the state of helplessness like that, to be basically like a toddler all over again. That is to me is very sad, and I'm scared that's gonna like happen to my dad now. And my dad's actually in really good health for his age, but like I've always been worried about that because like dementia is scary. The fact that you forget everything about yourself, you forget your family, you forget your friends, you forget everybody who loves you. That's terrifying. And it's not something I would actually like a wish on anybody. And like I said, maybe I'm being a woman again because I'm like projecting it from my like my dad's person like to my dad in this case. Or like the whole math video. Should you check out the reaction, the YouTube video? That'll be hella cool when you get a chance. Where the whole like women's empathy spreads because they don't have kids themselves, so it spreads to other things like dogs. Like for example, my puppy came back and he doesn't hate me anymore. He's used to me talking. And I love my puppy very much. And in that case, so like I don't have kids. My empathy is projecting to an old man in this case. That's more than likely it. Elder abuse, yeah, that's kind of how I see it. But the like a Monter Chihuahua, yes, I love my puppy. He's adorable. Don't talk about his age. Adorable. Your dog doesn't weigh 100 pounds. It's pretty much a useless dog. He's not useless. Fuck you. He's helped me out immensely, especially when I was a kid. He loves to play. He loves to cuddle. He's super cute. He spends all this time with me. He's my little boy. He's my little puppy. Not useless. Fuck you, piece of shit. God. And you know who's not a piece of shit? Danny DeLito, because he came in with $2 reduce. See, Danny DeLito's a cool dude. Thank you for the $2 reduce. Keep up the fun. Loved you on side scrollers today, as you almost broke Craig repeatedly. Keep up the good work. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it, but I tried not to break Craig and Blabs because I don't want them to hate me. it's their channel and their stream, so I don't wanna push things too far. But at the same time, you know, I'm glad you guys liked it. You know what the funny is? Oh, you know what the funny thing is? So, they have this thing on side scrollers where they do like competitions when there's more than one guest. And it was Arch and I today, and it was over eating a block of cheese. But originally it was supposed to be mud wrestling, but they changed it to cheese because Blabs wanted to change it to cheese. But they have somebody who makes these AI different things. And originally they had to make him for the mud wrestling. And they showed it to us. And I said it looks like I'm pegging Arch. And they were like, what the fuck? But then afterwards, it really does look like Arch is getting pegged. The woman's always right. The woman's always right. Anyway, you check out the VOD, that'd be hella cool. When the flat meme goes wrong. What the hell happened on side scrollers? it was a wild ride, actually. It was a wild fucking ride for like the first hour. For the different things that we're talking about. Arch and I were causing chaos. Like, I was trying to figure out, like, how far I could go for, like, different things. And so, like, Arch would say something, and I would, like, go a little bit further, and he would say something else, and I would go a little bit further. Yeah, poor Greg and Blabs and Phoenix. We had more things we could, like, Craig mentions in the beginning that we actually had a stack for what to talk about, and we actually did have a lot, but unfortunately we didn't get through most of it, just because of the ride. Thank you, Project Darken, for the $5. Thank you.
I'm assuming it's
Got
always
an
the
old man
Jews.
Shih Tzu and his emotional support is better than any grad dog I could get. See, thank you. Like, I like small dogs. I like big dogs. Or would other people have big dogs? Well, I don't like big dogs for myself personally. Because I'm lazy. I am 100,000% lazy fucking this shit. And so the amount of activity that you have to have with them is a lot. You have to constantly play with them, constantly take them out on walks. They obviously eat a shit ton of food. They're very large and in your way. And it's great for, like, small people. Like, if you go to a friend's house or whatever and you play with a dog. Fun times, right? But constantly having that is just not for me. And then the cherry on top for me when it comes to small dogs is this really is important to me. It's the cuddling aspect of things. I love that my dog is so small that he lays on my lap. I love that when I go to sleep, he curls up next to me, and he kind of, like, and I like sleep on my side a lot. And so he goes in this little, like, the corner of what, like, like I said, sleep on my side. So you know how, like, your body's kind of bent into, like, an L shape, right? And he goes in a little corner, guess where my crotch is at. You know, in that kind of area. And he, like, can cuddle, he fits, like, perfectly. Or, like, I can hold him in my arms. I love that aspect of it. To be able to spend time with him. Big dog, you can't do that. You can maybe have their head on you, like, they can rest your head on you, but that's it. If they try to actually lay on you, it's game over. You're being crushed. Like, you're dead. And I like to cuddle. I love my dog's a cat. Yes, exactly. I do love the fact that my dog's a cat, because he had the benefits of a cat, where they're small and soft and cuddly, but you can play with them. And they actually want to be with you. Because, I mean, some cats want to be with you, but some cats don't want to be with you, depending on their attitudes. And that kind of deal. So, but the dog always wants to be with you. Like, he's always by my side. Like, he doesn't like it when I start out streaming because I don't speak during the day. Like, I mean, I talk to him in a little baby voice, but I don't, like, speak normally and loudly throughout the day. And so, like, where he's just randomly sleeping on my feet right here, and I start talking randomly, I get really loud because I'm yelling about different things. He's back now, so I think he's adjusted. At least in the beginning, he doesn't really like it. But he's with me, like, at all times, and it's great. I love it. It's like having a baby without having a baby, because I'm a childless freak. It's great. Home math is completely fucking correct, and every single time I saw that fucking dog on screen, I wanted to die. Because it's way too true. Danny DeLito, thank you for the $5 dues. Thank you. Oh, please, one of the other VTube women breaks them regularly and is main part of the show now, especially with the mother stories. This is now for the second shot color fund. Keep pulling the sweet out. No, I'm not getting a second shot color. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say you guys have to pay me a lot, but I'm not even gonna put a fund for it. Even if I make it $10,000, I'm sure eventually somebody, with enough time, it would eventually, happen. And I'm not gonna do that. One and done. One is enough. So... Yeah. Oh. Amal's got me, Luster. No. No. And Amal's gonna end up like that freaking freeze rider dog's corpse keeping around? No. I'm not gonna go that far. But I am planning on getting an urn. A custom made urn that's gonna be a statue of him. It has his name and his year, when he was born and when he died. That's my plan for him. So I will have the statue of him. Because he does mean a lot to me. Like, I've had him since I was a young kid. So he's been with me my entire life. So yeah, he is important to me. He is my baggage that I carry. I don't have my own kid. I don't have I especially don't have a mixed race kid. That's for fucking sure. Holy fuck, right? I got a little bit of trauma here and there. My biggest baggage is my 5-pound chihuahua. Let's go. Alright, my back hurts. I think I'm gonna stand up for a little bit. I have been sitting for far too long today. Give me a second. Then we'll go back to the save act because I'm supposed to be reporting on the. I'm supposed to be talking about politics about my dog. My body is old, freaking, giant. Fine. Ah. Okay. Focus. Focus. Let's go. What's this one? Yes. So, like I said, it's been passed in the House. It's going to the Senate. They're already talking about who's gonna vote against it, who's gonna vote for it. And the Democrat senator, John Finneman, the one who's had like 3 fucking strokes and is basically brain dead, somehow has better positions on immigration and everything like that ever since his 3rd stroke. Like, it's actually kind of crazy. I feel like he did a bait and switch, because I remember when he was running for office, everybody was freaking out that the man who had like 3 strokes was running for office and was clearly not mentally sound, and was like a massive fucking leftist. That's funny. Then he gets into office. Don't hear about him for like a year. I think it's a massive bait and switch, and all of a sudden he's like, yeah, fuck the illegals. Yeah, let's get some voter ID in here. Like, hold on, wait a second. Like, I mean, I'm not complaining, obviously. We got a spy on the inside, but why is it the man with the 3 fucking strokes? And I don't know his other policy, so maybe he's one of those sensible Democrats, quote unquote, that has some other like bad shit about them too, but it's okay and reasonable about this. But he's gonna vote yes on the Save Act. It has 49 GOP co-sponsors with that's 50 with a VP Vance breaking the tie. So we got 4 GOP holdouts. So of course we do. Of course. Granted, a lot of if this post says it doesn't matter the damn if Senator John Thune makes a stand to filibuster, but he won't because we got fucking 4 GOP holdouts that don't say anything. We got 2 fucking women, and both of them. No, the second one looks no ski. Okay, she's probably Eastern European. In that case, that Susan Collins looks a little bit foreign in some sort of degree. A little bit of Asian, maybe a little bit something else. And then we got fucking Mitch McConnell, of course. Like, I'm not expecting anything from that dude. And Thune, I don't know much about him, but if he's not actually making stem stand and filibuster, and he's people holding out, the best look. So, hopefully, it should pass in the Senate. I mean, with the 49 GOP co-sponsors and then Vance breaking the tie. So, that would be the essential part right there. But the fact that we still have rhinos, right? The turncoats, which is not that surprising, because fuck the fucking GOP in general. It's just annoying. Like, can we have basic, bitch? citizenship requirements or voting. Like, come on, man, come on. Thank you, Adam Acumen, for the $2. Thank you. Have a good night. And chat, looking at you. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you enjoyed stream. Thank you for your time. Thank you. I honestly thought Mitch stopped breathing and waiting. No, he's alive and kicking, still causing chaos. As per usual. Let's see. And then we got the fucking gay here. Who is exposing Senate Rhino excuses in Capitol Hill because it's too much hard work, but we'll watch him talk. Here, but I don't know much about Scott Pressler other than he's gay, and he does a lot of advocacy for a lot of like right-wing beliefs. He's focused a lot on like voter issues as well, and like such campaign for the Republican Party. And I appreciate that. Even I'm not loyal to the Republicans. I'm not loyal to Trump. Right? I'm loyal to my own ideas and wishes that I have, even if they are fantastical. I just vote for the party that is most aligned with that, which in this case is the Republicans. And I know voting doesn't really matter that much, but still it's me doing something, right? But something about him just seems off. Like, I kind of feel bad attacking him because he's actually doing good shit, right? I'm just an anime woman with a fucking P.E.P.E. hoodie, yapping on the internet. I'm not actually going out there. I'm not interviewing people. I'm not campaigning. I'm just sitting in my dad's basement yapping. But at the same time, I don't like the form. This goes back to my criticisms of Republicans and just in general, the conservative GOP, whatever labeling of sauce on it. The gays. It really is the case. What are we conserving at this point here? Like, it was 20 years ago. They were like, yeah, gays not so great people. But then the left pushed even further left 10 years ago. And now in 2026, we're actually okay with the gays. Like, no, we really shouldn't be okay with gays. Like, I get that some of them are regular people, and Scott Pressler might actually be one of the few regulars, and I do know there's a group called Gays Against Women that actually does some overall. And I'm not, and my dislike of gays is significantly less than like trannies and blacks. But it's still not something that we should support, because gays are fucking degenerate as fuck. You are more likely to get AIDS from a gay man who's been tested negative than you are from a random fucking male or straight male. White male, I should probably say in that case. Like, even though the gay has been tested negative for AIDS because of mistakes that happen. I was not false positives, but in this case false negatives with it. And how prevalent AIDS and sexual diseases are within the gay community. You are still more likely to get it from the ones officially been labeled as negative than you are a random white straight man. That's how bad their degeneracy is for the blood transfusion. And there's also a lot of them that like to buy babies and then groom them and for evil purposes, and God knows whatever happens because they can't actually reproduce naturally. And so they have to groom and abuse. And the amount of stories that come out of it is insane. Like, I get there's that one centrist Dave Rubin that's gay and bought a baby before, and he seems okay on the surface, but he's super popular, super rich and gay. And I just don't trust people that are wealthy and influential. Like, they're usually massive fucking degenerates and awful people behind closed doors. So, based off literally every other story of gays, adopting babies, I'm a little bit hesitant on this factor here. So, like, I don't know, and I don't really support the fact that Republicans or conservatives, depending on what label you want to put, because like, everything's so muddy nowadays for what terminology actually means. support the gays. Like, no. I'm not saying we should throw them into a camp, but I am saying that we shouldn't normalize it and say it's okay. But once again, it goes back to bullying's good, you know? Outcast them from society. Stop them from being massive fucking degenerates if possible, though I don't think that is. So. Yeah. Anyway. Actually listen to him. To be nice. So he does have that very gay voice, and it's grating. The long hair. I don't like guys with. I don't know if I'm being a woman here once again, because women pretend to be like they like gays, but they really don't. And the putting the voice in the hair, I'm just like, ugh.
Debate, then we can't get this passed for JD Vance.
Okay. Quiet, quiet, quiet.
For debate, then we can't get this passed for JD Vance as the 51st vote. But here, what's your name?
James.
James, here's the problem though. The problem is this is hard work. I have heard the senators simply don't want to do it because if they show that it can't.
He's using the hand pecking hands too! Oh my god, I feel like I should be nice. He's actually doing something. He's actually advocating. He's actually trying to do something. But the flamboyance, a lot.
Can be done without 60 votes, then they are going to be expected to work tirelessly on every piece of legislation. And furthermore, the veil and the shroud of the 60 votes is no longer going to hide members of the Senate that will tell you to their face that they support the bill, but then secretly they don't want the bill to go through. This is going to do a lot.
He looks like he's. I swear to God, all he really needs is just makeup and he would look like a tranny. Everything he's saying is correct, but fucking hell, I hate the GOP.
Of good for accountability and transparency by showing the American people it can be done without 60. And I think the senators, pardon me for saying it, are a little bit mad that we're taking away what they've been able to hide behind for hundreds of years, right? Or
Is he actually using clear makeup?
however long it's been around. So I hope that helps you.
Okay, I don't think he is. I think it's just the shadow because of the thingy. So I know I'm focusing on the fact that he's fucking gay. Now, actually, what he's saying, I just can't get over it, man. I can't. But yes, everything he's saying is true. There's a bunch of fucking rhinos in the party. Good that he's calling them out. Good that he's actually advocating to try to make the vote actually pass here. And then, you know, they these rhinos pretend to support bills, and then they kill them when it comes to actual voting. They don't actually, you know, they don't lose their seat. They don't lose anything. Because very few people actually pay attention to local elections, and they just keep on winning every single year because people see the R or the D on it. In this case, the R. Keep on voting over and over again. I've come to terms with acceptance. I've come to terms with the fact that homosexuality acceptance is too widespread. It'll probably only be impacted by far more religious populations outbreeding the homo supporters. Yeah, I mean, the polls are showing, and you should take polls with a grain of salt, keep in mind. But it seems like it has been dropping over the years because they have pushed too far, which is good. Because, like, the thing is, I'd probably say gays are, like, the last group of people that I've really, like, finally started to dislike. Because I knew there's a bunch of degenerates out there. And I would work with all of them a bunch because I would work at like Walmart gas station. Those were kind of like not blue collar, but yeah, you know, those lesser jobs. Like I don't say lesser jobs, but like you know what I mean. In that case, I forget the proper term for them. And so I dealt with them a lot, and they're always the worst fucking people when it comes to their life. Constant drama, constant bitchiness, constant talking about their sex life. Absolutely disgusting and degenerate. But I always chalked it up to the fact of like the modern age, where we just like allowed it to happen because they were so oppressed, and so therefore this just letting loose. And this is why this is this is why they're so degenerate, and they just needed a way to calm down, basically, right? Like, it's just the leftism that's making them fucking awful, and not the fact that they're gay. But then I look through history, and it's like, wait, hold on a second. They've always been that way? But it's almost like the astronaut meme, where like, the gays were always degenerate, always have been. That kind of deal is what happened to me. It's like, fucking hell. The real nail in the coffin was actually the abuse for babies. And the AIDS blood work thingy, too. Like, it's just, they're really just awful people. I mean, they're not the worst, right? Women exist, blacks exist, trannies exist, clearly from the Canadian shooting. But they're not great people, either. Like, there's a reason why being straight is the normal aspect thing. Being cisgender is normal. But here we are. Welcome in. The jobs of last resort. Yeah, well, I didn't have a degree. This college is a scam. And I didn't want to have a career because I wanted to become a stay-at-home mom. So, I just got the dead-end jobs, essentially. They're not sending their bus, yes. Don't believe there's race or stereotypes, yes. Stereotypes do exist for a reason. Like, once again, just like every single group, there is, you know, a small minority of them that are relatively reasonable, okay. Same with blacks, not with women. Training is, you know, that kind of thing. But, like, it happens, right? But, and I would probably say it happens a little bit more with the gays than the other groups. To an extent, because I have heard of stories of just regular gays just being gays and calling out the masculinity within the community. But vast majority of gays are actually abused as kids. Like, heavily abused by kids, and that's what causes them to be homosexual. And we all already know psychologically wise, that when girls are abused as kids, it makes them into massive whores when they get older, because it completely fucks with your understanding of sex, and just ruins you psychologically, and just has a whole bunch of negative effects on those lines. The same thing with boys, and it's also why a lot of women turn to be lesbians too. Like, that's actually the massive problem there. There's also the theory too about the butt worms. And ivermectin curing homosexuality because of the butt worms being ejected. Which I kind of do believe, because once again, like, pretty much every conspiracy theory is correct to some degree, right? And it does make logical sense, because there's lots of anecdotal stories about how people would be, like, they would take ivermectin, and then they're not gay anymore, and they shed a bunch of worms. And, like, we already know about how parasites work. And, like, with cats, for example, a lot of people talk about, like, toxoplasmosis, I think that's what it's called. I might be pronouncing it wrong. Where it makes people get more attached to their cat, be with their cat more, and it's from their cat's piss, I believe, or maybe it's their shit, one of the two. And then you have to, like, clean their litter box, and you get it. It's like that, right? So, like, when somebody has the butt worms, and then they rape a kid, give them the butt worms, and then turns them gay, plus with the mental abuse. And then they kind of, like, keep on doing that. And then they're also massive degens, right? They have huge rates of STDs. And orgies and all this other stuff. So they're just passing around the butt worms all around. So I would be actually willing to believe it. Yeah. When people talk about sexual stuff all the time, it usually means they think all about it, which is unsettling to strangers and acquaintances. Manners that really are useful to society. Well, the people are being a lot more open about sexual stuff over the past few decades in general. And the more people get open, the more people, it keeps on cyclical, right? Well, it's like dropping a stone in the water, right? That ripples out and expands until eventually it does die off. But right now we're in the ripple effect, where a lot of people are a lot more open about their sexual lives and degenerate and stuff like that. And sometimes it's funny if you're, like, a content creator to make jokes about that stuff. But for an average person, average day, not so much. But it is very common. It's gonna get worse before it gets better. After all, Weimar problems means Weimar solutions. Thank you, Nameless War, for the $10 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I have some AI art that I want to make art share in the Archcast. I'm glad I got to see. I'm glad you got to see the Burger King crown. That was great. That was you that did it. That was fantastic. I saved that. There. I mean, you can try sending it. You can like at me on Twitter, and I can see it and stuff. Maybe ask Arch to use it on the Archcast, but no promises. He's very finicky and very much a woman with these things. You ask him to do something and he says no. You have to like praise him and tell him that he's you're so amazing. And then he'll maybe be willing to actually do something. Maybe. So no promises. And I don't know what he's doing for the Archcast. I only really come on if I'm invited. I don't like crashing. What am I doing on Saturday? Oh yeah, I got Under the Bridge with V this Saturday. We didn't do it last week because he had some family stuff. And then I have the Rumble on stream. Yeah, maybe I'll crash it just for shits and giggles. It depends. You gotta bully Arch and make him do things. Just ask Gibbs. A bullying? I try to bully him, but then he hits back harder, and then I get scared. So, yeah, it doesn't really work out very well. But I try my best. Oh. A lot of people use sex as opportunity for personality. That's true. That is very... Oh my fucking back. Speaking of sex for personality, my pussy, my crack. Kidding. Let me live. What's today? Wednesday? I've been trying to not do politics on Wednesday, but trannies exist, so therefore here I am. Okay, so YouTube Bros, I'm gonna be sending over to Words of Paradise. It is another political does not use a voice changer or anything like that. And those regards. And then Kick Bros, I'm gonna send you over the Oko. Looks like they're playing it. Yeah, it looks like they're playing Grounded together. So don't bring politics over to Oko's stream. That's fucking gay. If you can't tell, we don't like the gays here. And bringing politics into a stream is very, very gay, and so therefore, don't do that. You will get shot. So as for Words of Paradise, just make sure you follow his rules, stay on topic, and don't be fucking shit, or else that's still gay if you don't, and therefore you will still get shot. So, Rumble Bros, you stay in the cuck chair. So anyway, thank you everybody for stopping by. Hope you enjoyed stream. If you came from side scrollers, well, thank you very much. And once again, I thank you for all your subby bubbies, donuts, and vigorous spanking. I will see you guys for the early Friday stream, 2:30 p.m. 2:30 p.m. That's the early Friday stream for whatever the fuck we cover then. Yeah. Thank you. Have a good night. Hasta la vista. Bye. 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 Bye.